Elijah is droiding. Say hi, Shannon. I was just clipping her claws. Hey Sandy, what do you think about Turkey's threats? I hadn't heard about them. Erdogan is too smart to actually try to use his military because the military in Turkey has long been a secularizing force, and as they were in Egypt, and an excuse for the military to depose him would be dumb on his part. He might be campaigning, but Erdogan does not actually have control of his own military, so not not I mean, even though I've heard nothing about it, I guess I could Google it. News. Erdogan says Turkey may enter Israel to help Palestinians. Bullshit. President Tayyip Erdogan said on Sunday that Turkey might enter Israel as it has had done in the past in Libya and Nagorno-Karabakh, though he did not spell out what sort of intervention. He's been a fierce critic. He must be very strong so that Israel can't do these ridiculous things to Palestine. Right, there you go.
Hey, good. What's the topic today?
No particular topic. What's up down under?
Not a whole lot. It's just been very, very cold.
It's the middle of winter.
It is. It's let me see what temperature it is in real units. It's 12 Celsius, which for American
Means
is 53 Fahrenheit. Or 53.6.
53 is pretty cool. It doesn't really get down to 53 around here, even in the winter.
Clown of Babylon says, "It's summer. Why is he cold? Silly Aussie."
Because they have everything backwards there, including their seasons.
Well, have you heard of what's it called? It's the Jester's let me look it up. I think it's called the Jester's theory. The court Jester hypothesis, is that it? No, there's a thing called maybe it's the Jester's principle. There was a thing called the Jester's principle, which was that the Jester is allowed to mock and say what he likes, because anyone who would take the Jester seriously would be a fool themselves. So the Jester is like the one thing that they've been chosen by the king, and the one thing they're there to do is to be a fool and say lascivious things and silly things and mock. So anyone who took anything he said seriously is a fool themselves. In that, like, why would you be offended by the Jester? Because the Jester is meant to say outlandish things.
I mean, I've actually been really interested in knowing if there were real life jesters. There have been jesters in literature, I think there are histories which mention jesters, but it's not clear, at least from the research that I have done, that there were ever really actual jesters in people's courts. So.
Okay.
I mean, you're wrong about that. I just did some Googling a while back, and I couldn't.
Without taking things politically, and believe me, I'm not choosing a stance on this. Like, I'm left or right, but I'd say the Jester's principle sort of applies to Trump in one aspect, because a lot of people were like, "Oh, he's so outlandish. He says he wants to build a wall. He wants to do this. He wants to do that." And it's like, well, if you're using the Jester's principle, and you think you call him a fascist, a Nazi, the Orange Man bad, like all these things, then why are you taking what he says seriously? If you're trying to make him out to be this buffoon, and like you've seen all the late night caricatures where they've got like the massive hair and they put the Cheeto dust on his face. If you're going to caricature him as that, why take his sort of his threat seriously of what he's going to do? Surely, like, if you're going to paint him out as being a buffoon, you can just shrug off and just be like, "Oh, yeah, Trump's just being Trump, just saying silly things."
Well, yesterday, I forget what it was, but I saw an interview that Kirsten Kobes Dubé, who is a historian at Calvin College, did with on Christian Amanpour's show, and she was talking about Project 2025 and she said some of the dumbest things I've ever heard come out of anyone's mouth. She's like, yeah, they're going to dismantle the federal government and be really authoritarian, and it's like, you didn't think that one through, now did you?
Yeah, how does one have an authoritarian government whilst dismantling the government that would be authoritarian?
Exactly.
Who is there in place to be authoritarian? Are the people going to be authoritarian in some sort of communist system where is it Animal Farm like 2024? Like some people are authoritarian and that some are more authoritarian than others.
Hey, Kirk.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify I'm not a porn bot because I know you've recently been having issues with that.
Everybody's recently been having issues with that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you go to synagogue? Were you a good Jew today?
I did not go to synagogue, but I did go to Friday night dinner at a friend's house with my rabbi.
No, good for you.
What? Kirk, I can confirm I didn't go to synagogue. So
is our friend Andrew a Christian, or are you more of a Noahide, or?
I mean, I can answer that, but does it matter if I'm either of those?
No, I'm just curious.
Okay,
well, it does matter, but
I'd call myself a Christian, but I was going to go down the Judaic path. Originally, sort of learning a lot through Jacob, but there are certain parts of Judaism which I sort of can't gel with. And he told me about Noahidism. I thought, oh, that's also interesting, but there are just certain parts of Judaism I can't sort of gel with. So, but like I still have an immense respect for Judaism, Judaic history, law. Instead of reading the Christian Old Testament, I read the Torah, and I found that much more of an enlightening experience than I think I would if I read the Christian Old Testament.
Has Jacob taught you biblical Hebrew?
I approached him about learning at one stage, and it was one of those things where I'm like, yeah, I'll go full in. I want to learn biblical Hebrew, and I'll read Torah in biblical Hebrew. And then I started off, I'm like, this is hard.
Biblical Hebrew is very important to understanding the Bible. I mean, you don't. I mean, there are good translations from Jewish scholars.
It is, but it depends on what level you want to learn the text, because as far as my knowledge goes, biblical Hebrew it doesn't have any vowels, and a lot of the text is contextual. So learning one biblical Hebrew word is linked to like the reference or context of another one. So you've sort of got to be reading whole text in order to.
Well, that's because it's an oral tradition. But I don't know what your view is on. I don't know what your personal view is on the divinity of the oral law. So
what do you mean by that?
Well, if you believe the oral law is divine, that would be the way to understand the tradition as Jews have received from God and how to interpret the Bible and the Hebrew translation. But Christians don't generally believe in the divinity of the oral law.
So I think he means the Masoretic text, and the Masoretic text does have a vocalization that was developed by
the Nekudot.
Yeah, many years after the Bible, and I mean the original Bible obviously was not written with vowels, but if you buy a Hebrew Bible these days, generally it will always include actually the cancellations as well, which is a tiny bit annoying for those of us who don't know how to read the cantillations. It just makes it harder to read. But yeah,
Well, an example I've heard from somebody was that Orthodox Jews believe that it's biblically prohibited to cook cow meat, beef with dairy, but Karaites believe it's only prohibited to cook fat with beef because the word for halev and halav are the same unless you have the nekudot.
correct.
And that's why rabbis are necessary.
Yeah, the nikodos that's similar to the Arabic what are they called?
Harakat,
The
I think it is.
Sorry,
I think it's called harakat in for
something like that. That like the little things you like the little I should remember this because
yeah, the diacritics are called harakat.
harakat, yeah, the because you were telling me about like how like there's no vowels and blah 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 in modern Hebrew, like there's the nikodos, but like a lot of them isn't a lot of text isn't written with them, and I was looking at just how many there were, and I'm just like, oh, okay, so Kirk, originally I approached Jacob to ask some questions about the Kabbalah. And that was based off an anime I was interested in, Evangelion, because they mentioned the Chamber of Goof and the walls of Goof, and Jacob's like, "Wow, I didn't know they'd go that much in."
And anime is
And
not a good source for Kabbalah.
well, it's yes, but they also mentioned the Lirianic Tree of Life. So I was asking like about the Sephiroth and like what's it like. Is this like mainstream Judaism? Is this like the mysticism? And he was sort of helping me out with like what to read, and yeah, I read the Torah, and he told me about what's the site Kabad
Yeah.
Chabad, yeah, which is a great site, and I was going to read the whole Tanakh, but then I got to the second part of the Tanakh, which is the um, what's the name for it? The prophets, yeah. And I started reading. I'm like, okay, this is a bit too much, and like, this is something to sit down and like actually study, and it's not adding too much to like my knowledge. But I mean, one day I hope to read through it, but it's not going to convert me.
Well, David's going through, and it's actually quite popular. His Bible studies on my channel, so he's going through right now. I think he's in Samuel, yeah.
Yeah, David's a pretty good source because even though he's a Christian, he does rely on earlier Jewish sources for a lot of what he says. And you know, I mean, it there. I don't know exactly. So, do you have any denomination like I would imagine? Like, do you identify with any denomination of Christianity?
I would say CRC. So I studied, yeah, I studied a couple of years online to become a licensed minister and officiant. And the people who were teaching that were under the CRC, but they were teaching like a broad non-denominational mixture of things. Like when they talked about, say, baptism, they were saying like, okay, so there's catechobaptism, there's infant baptism, then there's like 4 or 5 ways of baptism. Like there's aspiration, so like sprinkling the water. Then there's submersion with like getting dunked and so on. And then they talked about say transubstantiation, how there is one denomination that believes it's fully symbolic, that when you eat the wafer and drink the wine, that it's a fully symbolic consumption of Jesus's blood and flesh. Then there's another denomination who believes that it's an entirely material one, and that you're literally eating the blood and flesh of Christ, and so on. So it covered a broad range.
So
I'm
I'll tell you guys my transubstantiation story, specifically. Rabbi Mullet, if he's still around, will appreciate this one. Many years ago, before Kirk was born, I was at a halacha class with one of the decisors in Los Angeles, one of the rabbis who makes decisions, and we started talking, and so there was an antique dealer who had bought an estate, and as part of an estate, he had received like a 16th century chalice, and it was pretty obviously a chalice that was used in a church. Right back then, I mean, ornate chalices like that were just made for church ceremonies. So the question became whether this antique dealer, who was an Orthodox Jew, was allowed to sell it or not, because whether it's used in idolatry or not. And without getting too much into the details of the Jewish law there, the question became whether the Christians actually believe that the wine in the chalice was Jesus or not, right?
Yeah.
And so I started explaining transubstantiation to this rabbi, and he had never heard of such a thing. He was like, "No, this can't be."
What? Whilst I've got like a rabbi and a partial rabbi with me, I've got a question which, like, I think I know the answer on, but I just want to get like a clarification. Now, on a Discord channel, there was this guy who was sort of mouthing off at people, and he was Sephardic, and he says none of you can be real Jews. Yes, you can convert, but like because you're not of the Jewish bloodline, you're never going to be a real Jew. And I said, well, I'm pretty sure either in the Talmud or the Torah there is a specific tenement saying that anyone can convert to Judaism as long as you like follow the 7 laws of Noahidism,
Well,
and circumcision,
yeah.
and then you can be considered to be a real Jew. Now, is that just crossing the line between ethnically Jewish and religiously Jewish, or is he just clutching at straws?
You have to be very careful with people online. Like 90% of the people who claim to be Jewish online are not Jewish at all.
Yeah.
And they say all kinds of stupid things, and even if they are Jewish. And yeah, I mean, if I really wanted to, I could try to like steelman what he may have wanted to be saying. But honestly, random guy on the internet claiming
Not a good source.
Yeah, not a good source.
Yeah.
Well,
So back to the story. So the rabbi went and
I'll
consulted
be back.
with other people, and he came back and he said, "Yeah, Christians don't actually believe in transubstantiation." I'm like, "But they say they do." And he said, "But if they really thought it was blood there, they would never drink it. Like nobody drinks blood these days. Like cannibalism isn't a thing. So they obviously don't actually think it's blood." And that was just so hilarious to me. But yeah. So
well, if the guy was Sephardic,
transubstantiation.
well, I don't know if rabbis have the power to mind read. To my understanding, Jews don't believe in that. But if I think what the guy was saying, with the guy who's claiming to be Sephardic online, to my understanding, the Syrian community does have a takana against conversion.
Yeah, let's not get into that because honestly, like, this is one of the things where I, in some respects, am my views are not according to most of Orthodox Judaism. I think this is Toa B'Dvar Mishnah. There's no such thing as making a takana. That the way that they did it, it's nullifying mitzvot from the Torah, and no rabbi has any authority to do such a thing. And yeah, so there are people who will say, well, this is their tradition, whatever. And as far as I'm concerned, that's being too nice. A Syrian, whatever community, if they refuse to acknowledge that somebody who has converted as a Jew, they're just violating the Torah left and right, and I don't believe there's any reasonable or acceptable
Justification.
Justification for what they say. Now, most Orthodox Jews will say things like, well, it's their tradition or whatever, but it's like, I'm sorry, you can't have a tradition that nullifies many mitzvot out of the Torah. That's just not a thing. And this always, like, I realize I am definitely in the minority in this view, but I just don't see any justification for even tolerating this type of behavior in Orthodox Judaism.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, because it's one thing to not say, our rabbis are not going to convert anybody. I don't think it would be against halakha to do that, but after somebody has converted, to nullify it is just. I'm in no position, obviously, to make any decision about that, but to my understanding, right. But anyway, how's your weekend then, Jacob?
I got my work done, which was good. So yeah,
Are you excited about your new life as a social worker?
I am hopeful about actually being able to finish these darn courses and moving on from like these. It's very annoying.
I'm and academia is not a nice dragon.
Well, it's like if there was any point to the busy work they give me, like if they even expected people like my classmates to actually know, like, okay, I wrote a bunch of, like, I've had these 3 classes for this whole quarter, and it's not like at the end of the class the other people in my class will be expected to actually know any of the information. And it's like, why are we even bothering? This is just.
I mean, on a pragmatic level, though, you do have to get accreditation, to my understanding, and you might as well go through the hoops if you want to be a social worker. I mean, are there any do you have any psychiatry textbooks you're just reading on your own out of intellectual curiosity?
So this may be an excuse, but I'm waiting until I finish my stupid courses, because right now I have to write a bunch of stupid, idiotic things for my classes. And so I don't want to confuse actual worthwhile information with what I'm being taught in class. And so I'm kind of holding off, especially as I've been talking to other counseling students, they've been talking about how, like, when they genuinely engage with the material and the science in class, it's been getting them into trouble with their professors and stuff. And I just want to finish my courses, and then afterwards I can try to actually get to know things that are worthwhile.
Yeah, well, I know Hezi. He said he studied for a little bit in university, some psychology classes, so he seems to be pretty knowledgeable in the subject. But I don't know how much he's done into it academically.
I don't either, but his father is the head of the clinical psychology program at Bar Ilan University, and his wife is also a play therapist. So
Yeah, I mean, it's too bad that Pearson Academy just started recently and didn't start when you could have gotten accreditation from there.
well, Peterson Academy is hoping to be accredited for a bachelor's
I
degree.
think it will.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
Well,
know.
he's not sure about that. I actually think he should be. He's trying to go through the regional accreditation bodies, and I think what he actually should do is pull some political strings and get accredited by states directly. Like, there, I think the state of Florida would go ahead and accredit his university for him.
I mean, however he does it, it'll be much better education than what you're getting.
Correct. I signed up. I mean, I'm not for the degree, but I pre-enrolled in Jordan in Peterson University.
Yeah, I saw Vervaeke and Brett Weinstein, Heather Hying, a lot of the sort of intellectual dark web and adjacent people. But even beyond that, have started, and it covers a lot of topics that we talk about on TLC about psychology and philosophy and all this. So I might consider not for any serious academic reason, just out of intellectual curiosity, looking at some of their lectures. But yeah, I really wish we had more voices like that in the culture, but it each step at a time.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to decide about college soon, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about next year hopping into a dual enrollment program and maybe graduating with effectively the equivalent of an associate's degree, but we'll see. I'm just right now trying to focus on getting my schoolwork done, going to the gym, making friends, and just again taking life with each phenomena that presents itself.
Nice, nice.
Um, um,
Yeah,
and so in your case, so what was the name again?
Walden University. It's a for-profit.
I can't believe that because don't universities, even for-profit ones, have to get some level of accreditation by the state?
It is accredited. I mean, that's why
Like,
I'm.
how does that get accredited? Is my question. How does a university?
Oh no! You don't understand. UCLA Medical School. Did you see the recent expose on their first year required course on fat phobia?
I didn't see that, but that sounds pretty.
Oh, let me. So here, UCLA Medical School fat phobia. Ah. This is from Rabbi. Yes, a community can make takanot, ligdor partsut. Yes, they can do that, but that takana cannot be mevatel mitzvot deoraita leolam. Takanat hora'at sha'ah is different. Like, even if we're going to say that, like, they had a navi, right? That what and they were. It cannot be lo'olam. You cannot be okay. A mitzvah mitzvah deoraita. I'm sorry, that's not. It's this is not Orthodox Judaism, and I realize I'm not exactly a thing. What about Cherem of Rabbeinu Gershom? First of all, I have to say, Cherem of Rabbeinu Gershom does not in any way negate any mitzvot of the Torah. All it does is limit
How many wives?
how you can practice it. First of all. Second of all, not everybody was makabel it, and Rabbeinu Gershom made his cherem for 500 years, I believe. Yibum. First of all, you can read in Yabia Omer where Rabbi Rav Ovadia Yosef says that if somebody insists on doing Yibum, we can't stop them. But that is a very different situation. Of I don't see how you're not. Of course, not everybody is Makabel the Takana of the Syrians. Make it fine. If they had made a Takana that they're not going to be Makabel Gerim, that's one thing. But we're not talking about being Makabel Gerim. You're talking about not treating Gerim as the Torah requires them to be treated. I don't understand how this can be something that is accepted. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe a steelman case could be you're not allowed to blow the shofar on the first day of Rosh Hashanah on Shabbat.
Shev Val Tased, it's a particular thing. There's no. I'm sorry. There's no thing. Okay. Mandatory UCLA medical school structural racism and health equity course says weight loss is useless.
Oh my goodness.
First-year medical students are required to learn that weight has little to do with health, according to a new report. The Washington Free Beacon obtained a syllabus from the Structural Racism and Health Equity course at the David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA. This is one of the top medical schools in the entire country. This is a first-year course required by all medical students. The documents includes a required reading list to prepare for classes regarding topics like the sickness of policing and incarceration, anti-settler colonialism, indigenous health, and environmental racism and justice. Among the materials for the disability justice, by the way, I'm reading from the New York Post, session include an article by somebody titled "No Health, No Care, the Big Fat Loophole in the Hippocratic Oath," which says fat phobia is medicine's status quo. And they go on to show that that more and more students at UCLA's medical school have been failing the required exams for starting to practice. Earlier this month, the UCLA Jewish Faculty Resilience Group spoke to several witnesses who testified that an invited lecturer instructed students to touch the floor, Mama Earth with a fist, while she made a non-secular prayer to Mama Earth and our ancestors. The speaker also allegedly instructed students to get out of their seats and stand upright with her for a closing prayer, once again to Mama Earth and the ancestors. Of those gathered, a handful of students who were visibly uncomfortable declined to participate, remaining seated throughout. Yeah,
I mean, I don't. Is there a way we can reform the accreditation system so that way these types of universities never have programs like this?
I mean, that is what our society needs to do, but in order to do that, there needs to be a broad consensus where people realize that stuff like this is happening. So here, I'll share something else. This is I did a survey on Twitter. Can a faithful Christian vote Democrat without damning their eternal soul? 36 people have voted. Let's see if it's still 36. Probably is. Yeah, 36 people have voted. So 18 of them said yes, they can vote Democrat without damning their eternal soul. Which I have to say, I don't believe you will lose your, you will damn your eternal soul because of how you vote. 9 of them said no, and 9 said no result. They just wanted to see the results. But look, we don't have broad consensus that there's something wrong with how our society is functioning until we realize that the woke needs to be officially, systematically dismantled and removed from all positions of power in our society. We're going to have what we have now. So what can I say?
And well, one of the problems. Wait, was I just breaking up for a second? Okay, now it's better. One of the problems also is that like people who are, I would say, leaning left, but not really for the woke stuff. People like Destiny, for example. But there are a lot of other people like this. They're like, we condemn the wokeness, we condemn the radical leftness, but they don't see it anywhere because they've essentially put any blind of criticism to their own side, unless their own side is being criticized, like hyper online people that never have any institutional power to begin with. They can't see any institutional stuff like this, and it's in
I'd say
willful blindness.
Daphne's not just leaning left. He's so far left.
Honestly, he's just a clown. I
Yeah.
call him right or left. Seeing Nate Silver and Brianna Wu kind of wake up a little has been kind of delicious. But I mean, I don't know.
You want to see You want to see a particular special gem of kind of this nonsense? Have you seen the Twitter account F Bombs for You?
No.
Yeah, if you ever want to see just a case study in this nonsense, I would recommend it's F Bombs.
Why would I want to see a case study in this nonsense?
Well, just in case you want to see what the newest dumbest talking point of the week is.
I follow Chaya Mushka Raichik, lives of TikTok, and various right-wing like outrage porn accounts. That's good enough for me.
I understand. And yeah, I mean, life is. Is there anything you want to say about this, Andrew?
Andre.
Sorry.
Yeah, Chad. No, I don't really have any
You can
comments.
You know, because I've called you Andrew a couple times, you can call me Kurt a couple times if you want.
So Elijah is trolling by pretending he doesn't realize that Democrats are evil incarnate. Democrat voters are just as good as white voters. Okay, yeah.
Is Elijah a Noahide? Because I see he's alien, but
Elijah, I don't know what Elijah considers.
Because I saw he's alien on the Discord server, but I didn't know he was a Noahide.
Well, Elijah knows more about Judaism than 99.99% of the people in the world, so it's hard to categorize Elijah.
One of the psychiatrists I was talking to Hezi about, that you might want to just as a recommendation check out in your pre time is a guy named Corey Jaspers. If you've ever heard of him.
Nope.
So he was an interesting character because he taught Hannah Arendt with Martin Heidegger, but unlike Heidegger, he wasn't a Nazi. He actually got dismissed from the Nazis. So he was like the good guy to Martin Heidegger's bad guy.
I am glad to hear that he wasn't a Nazi.
Well, you know that Heidegger was a Nazi for 1 year, and then he recanted.
I mean,
I know that's not a justification, but when people say when people say Heidegger was a Nazi, they act as if like he started out when the Nazis started out and was long before.
Did he ever
Again,
repudiate his
I-
views?
Andre, there's a lot to discuss there, and I
Yeah,
think
there is.
anybody who like is too like sure of how like what was in Heidegger's mind, like there's a lot of people trying to like rehabilitate him, and they have not been able to do that very well.
I get it.
Because he was pretty enthusiastic supporter of Hitler.
Well, I don't believe he even repudiated his beliefs later on in life. And if you don't repudiate,
that's also debatable. I looked at the supposed repudiations. He never actually, like, in any real sense, repudiated.
yeah. Well, if you hold terrible beliefs and you never course correct on them, even if you privately change them, for all intents and purposes, you can only be judged by what you publicly expressed, haven't publicly repudiated.
I'm still outside of that. Like, I tell people, look at when he published his work in philosophy, and when his work in the Nazi Party was, because it's that question of separating the art from the artist. But like, I do agree, it's a can of worms there.
I mean, there might be some intelligent things Heidegger said, but the problem is philosophy and politics are necessarily interlinked. And if you have terrible politics,
do you know what do you know what Heidegger said? Like,
I mean, I haven't read the guy, but
well, there we go. Like, if you're saying there might be some intelligent things he said, like his works were like one of like he rewrote like most of 20th century philosophy.
I mean, I probably wouldn't read Sauter because of his support of the Soviet Union.
Who?
Sauter?
Sartre?
Yeah.
Oh, Sartre. Yeah, he was Marxist, but like
exactly, bad politics or bad philosophy leads to bad politics.
Okay.
Or it leads to base politics.
I mean, that's
you just here to derail.
It's okay. Nobody's saying anything important. If somebody who actually had something to say came on, I would move the rest of you off stage and let them speak. But you guys can just banter your silliness if you want right now.
With the peanut gallery.
Yeah.
I'm just
Politics is unimportant.
I'm just working to become a Liam on your Discord. Eventually, I'll get there one day.
Yeah, probably not before your brain fully forms.
Yeah, Kirk, why don't you get a wife instead of becoming a mod on Discord? That sounds more important.
I agree. I definitely agree.
Yeah.
Speaking of girlfriends, how's your girlfriend, Andrew?
Big chillin'.
Big chillin'.
Big chillin'.
Yeah.
Did you finish your physical training course yet?
Oh no, not yet.
Is there a reason you haven't finished it yet?
There's other things with closer deadlines.
Like reading the Book of Enoch again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In the original language, of course.
I mean, Trey, how many girls do you get? And you're like almost twice my age.
No, Trey has a girlfriend. Trey's all good. Leave Trey alone.
I mean, just give me a little bit of time.
I'm not like saying you shouldn't do that. All I'm saying is your goal should not be I want to be Eliakim in Jacob's ladder. Your goal should be I should get a good job and find a girlfriend. Like that should be on your hierarchy, you know?
I didn't say that those weren't also higher on my hierarchy. I'm just saying it's one of many goals.
But I don't think you're talking about that, right? Like I wouldn't say that's my goal, you know?
I get to pull baby pictures out.
Oh no.
Baby pictures.
Of me?
No.
Oh, okay.
You guys saw this. I hope you saw it on the.
Oh, yep. Uh-huh. Yeah. Always great to see.
Another Noahide in the world. Let's go.
Who's this?
This is Beatrix Rose. She is 2 days old,
Beautiful.
and her father is a Noahide.
I can't wait till the day when we see actual Noahide community centers start to develop.
I actually think eventually Noahides will have to be integrated into synagogues, but that's a long way off right now.
I mean, maybe, but it's probably more practical in the, at least in the short term, to start working on having prayer communities and like
See,
Noahide.
that's the thing. No, that's the more there has been talk about this, the more the consensus has become. If a Noahide wants to go to a Jewish prayer service every once in a while, that's fine. But having Noahide prayer communities, I don't believe is going to be an actual thing. And Rabbi Motlet says the impossibility of that is that if the whole world are supposed to be Noahides, they won't fit in the synagogues. Well, we'll see. Yoav. So somebody who actually has important things to say is on. So do not interrupt Yoav.
Okay, I don't know if it's important. I want your feedback on that. I found something. I was wondering why doesn't the Bible start with the letter Aleph, as it should?
This is one of the most famous questions in Judaism.
So I just scribbled the letter Aleph in front of the bet. And of course, I deleted all the spaces because originally there were no spaces.
Right.
And I started reading.
Okay.
And amazingly, it made sense to me. So I would like your feedback about what happens if...
Avreshit bara Elokim et hashamayim et haaretz. Like, what do you do there?
Av, Rosh. I need to see it in front of me.
I'll pull it up. There you go. Av Reshit bara Elokim et hashamayim et haaretz.
No. Let me take it. Sorry.
If you really want, I can take the nekudot off as well.
No. It made sense to me, and now I cannot parse it. I mean, why it No, I'll have to work it. Sorry, it's a it made sense to me. Now it escaped me. I will have to work on it, and then I'll come back to you. Sorry, I'm false.
And Rabbi Holland says we are forbidden to add to the Torah. At the same time, I think Rabbi, if you read the Torah with an aleph at the beginning, I don't think that's. It's certainly not adding or taking away from the Torah the way Maimonides describes those mitzvot. Although it would, like, if you wrote an aleph at the beginning of your Torah, it would be mevatel the Sefer Torah. So yes, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so I'll change the subject. It made sense to me, and then I lost it. So I apologize for the wrong start. I want to make another comment on another direction.
Yes.
I think we are losing two of our luminaries, two of our teachers. There's Vervecki and Peugeot.
We're losing them?
Either we're losing them or they're losing it. There was this interview with Paul van der Clay a few days ago,
Mm-hmm.
a discussion about Hermes.
Yeah, I considered making a video about that. Yeah.
I think there is a principle in science that there is no introspection. You do not allow introspection in science. And Vervecki is a scientist. He is resorting too much into introspection as a method from the beginning. And I think it's leading him astray. And I'm joining it to Jonathan Peugeot. His special ability was to take existing stories and cast them to, or explain them, or cast them in a new light, or illuminate them. He has started to make up his own stories. He's turning himself into a composer.
Yep.
I think this is not the taking those together. I don't think this is the right path. I think they're leading us astray.
I hear the criticisms. I mean, especially regarding Hermes. I mean that, like, he said in that interview, "I'm not stupid. I realize that things could go the wrong way." Yet he persists in talking to what can only be described as a demon. Like if look at the history of who Mercury / Hermes that has been in Greek mythology, and like to immerse yourself into that mythos and to commune with Hermes, it's an internal error. Forget the fact that, you know, from a Jewish standpoint, you're going way off the derech, right? The right path. It's internally inconsistent. Yet I think what is consistent is that he has always had a sort of post-nominalist, post-modern view. The fact is that Jordan Peterson, Peugeot, and Vervecki are all indeed postmodernists. Now, they're postmodern in that they have tried to integrate the critiques of postmodernism, which I think we all have to do if we're going to be intelligent people. They're not postmodernist in that they affiliate or associate with the body of or the religious thought that, frankly, the woke exemplify today. But so I don't think Vervecki is going that far astray from what he has always done. But I certainly hear you. Look, the fact is, we are giving people PhDs who are doing autoethnographies, right? There's a woman who's studying this little corner for an ethnography, and ethnographies are categorically anti-scientific. They are deliberately unobjective and going against Enlightenment values. And that's part of what I would say is current academic structure, and I think Vervaeke fits into academia in ways that Jordan Peterson doesn't, and why he's safe. Like when I talk to people, I tell them, oh, I'm into John Vervaeke. I don't say Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson is controversial because he does stand up against the types of things that Vervaeke doesn't. So, yes, I hear the criticism. I don't think that this is that far from what Vervaeke has been doing before. As far as Pajot, similarly, I think one of the reasons I've never been a huge fan of Pajot is because he does feel license to go places which aren't in a particular tradition. So, I mean, I can't disagree with your criticisms. What I would disagree with is that this is very new or different from how Pajot and Vervaeke have been for the past 4 years at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's a continuous function. You follow the path, and it's all right. It's sort of within the limits. And there is a moment when you realize you passed the yellow line. And I think we are just today at that moment. Just that's my comment. And it merges with your comment about להתקין תקנות. That's your objection for people are just making their own rules.
Mm-hmm.
There is a point when you just live the correct path, and I just make the comment that today is the day. Somewhere when, again, jumping to another issue, the last study of Shmuel on your channel, did you watch it?
I did not. I did not.
Okay, this is what I had to say for the moment, so I'll jump back, and if I have anything to say, I'll jump in again.
Well, was there anything particular in Shmuel that you wanted to talk about, or?
It was just the nature of the discussion. I mean, I made a comment at the beginning, then I didn't participate much, and that's so just the discussion itself as it was flowing. But if you didn't watch it, then never mind.
Okay, I guess I'll have to watch it. I don't get to watch all the content on my channel, unfortunately. There's Baruch Hashem. I mean, I'm very glad that there's a lot more content.
You'll be famous one day.
Then I can the fact I called the channel by my name because I couldn't think of anything else to call it, so I just called it my name. But yeah,
XKCD commented that the most important of a name is to be unique. This is why it chose the letters XKCD, because it was not taken. And your name is unique enough to be worthwhile.
Believe it or not, Faturecci, so one of my cousins, Robert Faturecci, won a Pulitzer Prize. So he's much more famous than I am. And Faturecci is generally a Muslim name. So there's a Facebook group, Faturecci's Around the World. And like none of the people in there are related to me. But yeah, it's actually a Muslim last name. But yes, here we are. I may become the most famous Faturecci one day.
Well, I hope not. My family name is beginning to be recognized in Israel nowadays, and I absolutely don't want to have anything to do with that.
Why? Who's the Bressler?
It's certain Bresslers that are going around and making some noise.
Aha! I'm going to have to find out.
No, please don't.
Shikma Bressler?
Yes, definitely. That's a name.
Aha. Shikma
So
Breslin.
I have no connection with her whatsoever.
She's a scientist. That's a good
Good.
thing.
I'm not. I'm an engineer.
She is also a social activist and leading figure in the Black Flags protests against Benjamin Netanyahu. Aha.
Which
The
I'm
black
sure you have
flag.
strong feelings about.
What is happening, for example, is that people will organize a marching band, with lots of brass instruments, and they will march around in the streets wearing black shirts and making a lot of noise with the trumpets. And what they are doing is that demonstrating the dangers of fascism by marching around the street with black
They're
shirts.
brown shirts. Okay,
No,
brown
they're
shirts.
black shirts. No, let's not. I wouldn't go as far. But, okay, so I'm off, and I'll be joining you if I have anything of any importance to say.
Okay.
Thanks for your
Okay,
time.
shalom.
Thanks for joining.
Well, one of the things, so what Yoav was talking about with Verveki, do you not believe that Peterson in his Maps of Meaning series has sort of dabbled into that, not necessarily heretical for a Noahide, but that type of pontificating into stories that is not in the proper course?
Well, I mean, I think that Peterson demonstrates more wisdom than Verveki does necessarily, because Verveki, like, once you're communing with Hermes, you're just not paying attention to what you're doing.
Can I ask some questions about that?
Sure.
If somebody said I was communicating with the angel of death, how would you
Right.
feel about that?
I would think that's a bad idea,
Why?
because it's there are so Satanists, right?
Yes.
Or
Are
Christians?
people who are within the Christian mythos, and they are oriented away from God. So orienting yourself within a mythos away from God, right? Even if you're going to be within
But how is that away from God, though? The angel of
Right.
death is sent by God, right?
Okay, within a Jewish framework,
Yes.
that is Sitra Achra. That is the other side. That is God's back, as it were.
What do you mean? I'm confused. Why can't you talk to angels at all?
Why can't you talk to angels? If an angel wants to talk to you, I highly recommend actually listening. But
Okay.
no, not okay. Like if you are receiving visitations from the angel of death,
Yeah.
that is a cause for repentance. That is a cause for turning yourself around.
Well, I mean, the reason I mentioned the angel of death is because he's a pretty scary figure, right?
Yes.
Right.
Like you would much rather be visited by other angels. Michael's a pretty good angel. Gabriel's a pretty good angel. There are other angels. Like he is orienting himself away from the good, the beautiful, and the true.
Wait. So sub question. So, do angels have character? So, like the angel of death, right? The only reason he's called the angel of death is because God gave him that title, not because he actually wants to kill people, right? Or are we saying like this angel is made to kill people?
A name, especially the true name of something, is reflective of its nature.
Not what it's assigned to?
Hold on, what distinction do you think you're making there between what God assigns something to be and its true nature, and like I don't even understand
That's
what
pretty
distinction
Gnostic
you're trying to make.
to make
Like,
that distinction.
could God could basically
God could do
God
anything he wants. The
no,
question
but
is, what has God done?
could
Actually,
God give
this
somebody a
gets into
title?
like the other video I wanted to make with like the stupid questions that Alex O'Connor was asking Jonathan Pajot. Like he's obsessed with the dumbest of questions.
I
Like
think, yeah. I mean, I disagree, but
yeah, I know you've had your Gnostic arc too. It's like,
You're
hey,
the king of
let me
silliness.
sit in judgment of God. God, you didn't do it very well. It's like, who the hell do you think you are? Like, by what capacity do you have? By what right does a creature like judge its creator?
I
but
mean,
then that means that you can't do any other critiques of any other religions. Like you can't criticize Baal, right? Because you can only do an internal critique. Because if I say Baal is the top god, and then you say, but Baal, you're doing immoral things, then I say, well, how can you challenge God?
Absolutely wrong.
Okay.
So within like um okay, Israel, right? Uh we are we are defined by our wrestling with God. Now,
Right.
I'm glad Alex O'Connor is trying to wrestle with God, but he's doing it in a stupid manner. Like, if you have serious questions, for example, Heather MacDonald, like she's like, yeah, I look at how the world is and the suffering of little babies, and I think I can't believe in a God that created that. That is not a stupid way of looking at the world.
I'm confused. Why?
That's not what Alex O'Connor was doing. What he was doing was looking at the story of Genesis, right?
Yeah.
And criticizing God as opposed to trying to understand the story. That's a completely different endeavor from looking at the world and how it is and saying, hey, God, you know what? There are things here that I have questions about. That is
Right.
completely different.
So, I mean, okay, I'll just accept that. Okay.
I mean, Satan is an agent of God. Satan works for God, but you don't worship Satan.
You don't do what to Satan?
You don't worship Satan, even
Well,
though
you
it's an
can't
agent
worship
of God.
Satan, right?
You can't worship
You
Satan.
shouldn't worship
You shouldn't
any.
worship Satan. You
You
shouldn't
shouldn't
worship
worship
anything
any.
other than God. The
Yes.
fact that something is created or an agent of God doesn't mean you should commune with it. Something
Well,
Right,
can.
communing with it, that isn't the problem. Like, if an angel comes visiting you,
yeah.
I highly recommend actually listening.
What about
You
what
do not
about
understand the
What about
criticism of
Hermes?
Pajot, the criticism that Yoav had of Pajot, or the criticism that I have of Pajot.
Metatron? Can you worship Metatron?
Yeah, can you worship Metatron?
No.
No. Okay. Well, man.
So, like, I guess I would like if the angel of the Lord, if I was communicating with the the angel of death, right? I'll be like, okay, I'm talking to him. That's like, I'd probably talk to Hermes rather than the angel of death, right? Is that bad of me to say?
I mean, look. Why would you want to be visited by a demon?
Why would I want to be visited by an angel?
An angel is an embodiment of good.
Yeah,
A
but it's like
demon is an embodiment of bad.
anybody who's been visited by an angel has a whole lot of work to do.
Or is a very accomplished person. What's wrong with being like visited by an angel? Like, that's a good thing. You have to actually take the situation seriously, which he apparently is not.
if I would not like. Well, I'm not being pedantic. I would not like to be visited by an angel. That would be completely terrifying.
It would be terrifying, but
because like I don't know. Everybody's been visited by an angel. It always it just goes crazy. Like it does not go well.
No, Rabbi Joseph Cairo was visited by an angel who helped him write the Code of Jewish Law,
Okay.
and it has been a smashing success. And we are quite grateful to Rabbi Cairo and the angel who visited him.
Okay. Okay.
I wonder what Andrew's typing up.
What I'm typing up?
Yeah.
If I was a good person, I'd be typing up my homework.
Amen.
Are you a good person?
We
Oh, only the
live
Lord knows.
in a world of galut or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
You start throwing it. People start asking you questions. You just start throwing random Torah verses at them. See how they deal with it.
This is what happens when 90% of your audience is not Jewish.
Oh, Kurt.
This is what happens
Yeah.
when 90% of your audience is not Jewish.
Yeah. Well, 90% of the world is Jewish, so
Technically 99.8. Is that the current statistic?
I think it's less than that, Kirk. Depending on how you count it. Also, if you count like active Jewish or just like by identification. There's only I think a million Orthodox Jews, right? 8 million, or no, 12 million Jews
Actually,
in
it's
total.
closer to 2 million practicing Orthodox Jews. So Mark says, hey, Mark, what if Hermes is nothing more than a projection, part of Vervaeke's consciousness? It doesn't have to be a demon, to be fair to Vervaeke. Well, I mean, what is he manifesting as part of his consciousness? Hermes is not a good figure. Let's read up on Hermes.
Yeah, I mean, any of the Greek people are not going to be good figures. I'll give you that.
I mean, if it was Athena, it wouldn't be it would not be as bad of a situation.
I don't know about that. There's probably something bad about Athena.
So, Hermes is an Olympian deity in ancient Greek religion and mythology, considered the herald of the gods. He is also widely considered the protector of human heralds, travelers, thieves, merchants, and orators. He is able to move quickly and freely between the worlds of the mortal and the divine, aided by his winged sandals. Hermes plays the role of the psychopomp, or soul guide, a conductor of souls into the afterlife. In myth, Hermes functions as the emissary or messenger of the gods, and is often represented as the son of Zeus and Maya the Pleiad. He is regarded as the divine trickster, about which the Homeric hymn to Hermes offers the most well-known account. Hermes' attributes and symbols include the Herma. What is the Herma? Is a sculpture with a head and perhaps a torso above a plane, usually squared lower section, on which male genitals may also be carved at the appropriate height. Okay. The rooster, the tortoise, satchel or pouch, talaria, winged sandals, and winged helmet or simple petassos. I have no idea what a petassos is. It's a broad-brimmed hat. Okay. As well as the palm tree goat, the number 4, several kinds of fish, and insects. However, the main symbol is the caduceus, a winged staff intertwined with 2 snakes copulating and carving of the other gods.
Yeah, it's not going well.
In Roman mythology and religion, many of Hermes' characteristics belong to Mercury, and a name derived from the Latin merx, meaning merchandise, and the origin of the word merchant and commerce. Let's see, anything else? Mesopotamian snake god, yeah, not good. Um, his cult was established in Greece in remote regions, likely making him originally a god of nature, farmers, and shepherds. It is also possible that since the beginning, he has been a deity with shamanic attributes linked to divination, reconciliation, magic, sacrifices, and initiation, and contact with other planes of existence, a role of mediator between the worlds of the visible and invisible. According to a theory that has received considerable scholarly acceptance, Hermes originated as a form of the god Pan, who has been identified as a reflex of the Proto-Indo-European pastoral god, I don't even know how to say that, in his aspect as the god of boundary markers. Okay.
So not a good dude to be visited by.
I would not be, yeah. Hermes began as a god with strong chthonic or underworld associations. As a chthonic and fertility god. Beginning with the earliest records of his worship, Hermes can be understood as a chthonic deity heavily associated with the earth and or underworld. As a chthonic deity, the worship of Hermes also included an aspect relating to fertility, with the phallus being included among his major symbols. The inclusion of phallic imagery associated with Hermes and placed in the form of Herma at the entrance to households may reflect a belief in ancient times that Hermes was a symbol of the household's fertility, specifically the potency of the male head of the household in producing children. The association between Hermes and the underworld is related to his function as a god of boundaries, the boundary between life and death. And he is considered a psychopomp, a deity who helps guide souls to the deceased to the afterlife. And his image was commonly depicted on gravestones.
Well, I was going to ask, do you believe this kind of these kinds of visions are one of the problems Vervaeke has with the non-theism? Because like, as whatever criticisms you can have of Peterson's symbology or symbolic approach, at least Peterson is nominally operating in a theistic framework, but Vervaeke doesn't accept the theistic framework to begin with, and this can lead to gates of heresy.
I don't think Jordan Peterson accepts a theistic framework, by the way.
No, he very much thinks of himself as a theist.
Thinks? People can think a lot of things. I don't think that's how you would classify him. I think he's purely materialistic.
I think he is obviously a classical theist.
Yeah, I mean, his views on Revelation are not kosher, but he would definitely at least be a classical theist.
Well, everyone's a classical theist by that definition.
No, there are materialists, there are atheists.
Right, but saying that there is causation kind of puts you in the classical theist camp. If we're saying,
well, no,
if we're including them,
it depends whether that cause is higher or not.
Well, I think you know what, Jacob, how are you defining classical theist? And how are you saying
theism is
Jordan Peterson is a classical theist?
Is how Jordan Peterson has, and I mean, it's not my definition of classical theism. Classical theism is what Plato was talking about. Plato didn't actually believe in the Greek gods. So Gimli says it was your criticism of Pajot that I didn't understand, Jacob. I think Pajot, in a very real sense, I mean, he grounds himself in the Eastern Orthodox tradition. I have not seen him sufficiently wedded to the idea that that it actually matters, like which tradition you're in.
Yeah,
I think
I don't think you
I
can.
may be wrong. I don't listen that much to Pajot, but like
I mean,
Pajot
he says like go to church, go to an Eastern Orthodox church. You know.
Yeah, but I don't think from his view
does
he
he
can do
actually
that.
say only go to an Eastern Orthodox church? If he
He's
does,
never said that.
I mean,
But I don't. I think you're right. I don't think he can say that necessarily, because he's never, from his position, he can only say, "I think."
he does his interpretations of icons. He does mostly Eastern Orthodox whatever understandings of various things.
He is a
I mean, he's
perennialist.
pretty unabashed about
I
his
haven't
love
seen
Yeah,
of
but
evidence to show
orthodoxy.
I think
And
that's an aesthetic choice on his part.
I don't think that's aesthetic. I think
Yes,
that's part of his
it
spiritual
is.
life.
It is. You should. We can pull up a video. Pull up his video on Buddhism.
What's his video on Buddhism? I haven't seen it.
He was asked a question about Buddhism, and all he said was like, "Yes, we have the same things," because he's continually asked that question about other
You should
traditions.
see
He's
his
like,
videos on Freemasonry, Kabbalah, and all that sort of stuff, where he pretty much
Yes.
says that this is spiritual deception and
Yeah, he said some pretty stupid things about Kabbalah.
No, but it makes sense, right? Because again, there's a difference between a complete tradition and weird extra DLC stuff. Kabbalah and Freemasonry are DLC stuff. Like they're not.
Kabbalah is not DLC stuff. Kabbalah is mainstream Judaism.
Okay.
It's not as
Can
fundamental
you
as the
live your
term.
whole
I
life
don't think
and
he
not-
realizes that.
It's convos.
Well, you can live your whole life and not do any Kabbalah, right?
Yeah, you should leave. Like, yeah, you
What?
should. Like most people should not be heavily into anything Kabbalistic.
Well, the
I very
Kabbalah
much
just
think
isn't the
that
same as
Pajot
the
thinks
Talmud.
that orthodoxy is the cream of the crop.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly maybe that is right. I really don't know. Yoav was saying that he is going off on his own. I don't really know if how much he's going off on his own. I think he does submit to the church.
I think there's a difference between interpreting a story and writing a story. And when you try doing both, you end up somewhat being a propagandist. But
I don't like Andrew. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's just like the new way. Well, actually, I understand why people think it's bad. I just don't see any evidence that he's not a perennialist when he talks about other traditions. Maybe he isn't a fundamentalist in his thinking, but he definitely does not say that, like.
I mean, he's definitely not as bad as Zevi Slavin with his perennialism.
Zevi
Zevi
Slavin
Slavin?
is Seekers of Unity, right?
Yeah.
I thought he was
Well, I
a
mean, he's
Hasidic
Jewish,
Jew.
so if you are Jewish, you are a perennialist in some fashion, right?
Not
Maimonides.
completely, not the way he is.
Well, I thought he is Orthodox.
His perennialism, he's actually somewhat reluctant to mention his perennialism because his perennialism is pretty out there. Every once in a while he lets it slip, and when he does, he does say, yeah, I'm not advocating this. This is just a personal belief. But he seems to be actually pretty perennial.
But I thought that goes against Maimonides' 13 Principles of Faith with the revelation, exclusive
Yeah.
revelation.
Right. Yes. Perennialism is not acceptable to Orthodox Judaism in any way.
Well, like, how are you defining perennialism? Because, like, Maimonides, like, I really do not understand how you can say that, like, Christianity and Islam are a way of preaching to the Gentiles and not, like, that is perennialism. That is a form of perennialism.
You are completely misunderstanding
Sorry.
Maimonides.
What definitions of perennialism and what definitions of
No,
Maimonides?
you are completely misunderstanding by Maimonides. The
Okay.
way you the way you describe his views of Islam and Christianity. He says there is no greater mistake than Christianity.
Mm-hmm. But
How is that perennialist?
what was God's purpose in creating Christianity and Islam?
Right. He says God has a purpose in all that he creates. That's
Right.
standard Judaism.
Mm-hmm.
That's not in any way reminiscent of perennialism, which says, like, by your count, Islam is perennialist.
Why? Oh, I mean, I think, yeah, some elements. I mean, it's
No. Okay, so you just have a stupid definition of perennialism.
What is your definition of perennialist?
What's your definition of perennialist?
You're coming out. I'd rather hear yours, and we can work off that.
The definition of perennialist is somebody who believes that it doesn't matter which religion you are a part of, all of them contain truth. Contain the truth.
Okay. Yeah, that's not the definition I had.
Okay.
I mean,
Sorry.
there's a difference between believing it contains like elements of truth, or that it contains a reflection, believing it they are all.
If you are
equally true.
monotheistic, you cannot believe that anything exists which doesn't contain some truth. Like, why would God create something that is utterly false?
Well, unless
Yes, but
you don't
it's
believe
not
it's
on
from
equal
God.
levels of truth as the Torah.
You can't be a monotheist and believe there are things which exist which don't come from God.
Exactly.
Right, but the Bible.
But what
is not
about the water,
monotheistic.
man? The
It's
water at the beginning
monotheistic,
of
right?
Genesis. Where'd that come from?
Why do I even bother?
Was Rav Kook a perennialist?
No.
Okay, because I mean, I believe you. But Hezi was saying that he was talking about how Rav Kook's interpretation of other religions as containing some revelational truth, but on a lower level than the Torah.
And Chazi, yeah, Malach Hashem Tzvakot, but at the same time, like Acharei Mot Kedoshim. Yeah, he was too good for this world. He was Melamed Lachav Schut in a way that was not a good idea. Stop trying to make Rav Kook beloved by everyone. He was most certainly not beloved by everyone during his lifetime. He was a better Jew than I am, that's for sure. But he was even more controversial than I am, which is not saying much. What else were we saying?
About perennial, because like to me it was like you're a perennialist if you don't take like the Christian position on like Jesus is the way, the truth, and life. So unless you say like our religion is the
So
only way to
basically,
get to heaven,
everyone is a perennialist.
what do you mean everyone is a perennialist?
There are very few Christians who believe that there is no salvation outside of Jesus. I am not aware of a single denomination which still believes that Jews who reject Jesus go to hell.
Oh yeah, no, but I think there is. If you are presented with Jesus and you reject it, I mean that's what Leland Craig believes. You can say he's like not Orthodox.
He has a lot of his individual beliefs. I am not aware of a single denomination which still holds to that position.
But there aren't like I don't know what you mean by single denomination as like we like the current mainstream Christianity is not made by
Name a denomination.
What?
Name a denomination which believes that if you reject Jesus, you will go to hell.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the modern Christian landscape. I think that most
What do you
Christians
mean that's not the modern? Vast majority of Christians belong to a denomination.
vast majority. But that's not. What are you trying to prove with this? Because like, aren't we saying most people we would count as Christians are evangelicals, and evangelicals are non-denominational
Most people we would call Christians are Catholic.
in the United States?
Then
Or what are
there's
we saying?
Eastern Orthodox, and then within the Protestants, there's the Anglican Communion, and then there's also the Presbyterians and the Methodists and the Reformed and the Baptists. You're smoking crack.
But what are the percentages? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Look up what the percentage is. 95% of all Christians belong to a denomination.
Wait.
95% of all Christians
Back up.
belong to a denomination.
Back up. You said find me a denomination, and I said, if we're talking about in the U.S., aren't we saying isn't it mostly like non-denominational?
No.
Okay.
Evangelicals do have denominations, like Baptist.
Yeah, they're Baptists, or they're Reformed, or they're Presbyterian, or they're Methodists.
And they're mostly Zionist.
There's all kinds of denominations. They're Pentecostals, they're whatever. And none of those denominations teach that the way you're describing Christianity. Yeah, Westboro Baptist Church. Because Trey only pays attention to the most idiotic people in the world.
The Christian Kahanist.
Okay, I don't think I'm paying attention. Okay.
Yes, you only pay attention to the most fringe and idiotic people in the world. It's amazing.
The king of wokeness.
It's not only amazing. Every time I think about it, I start searching my life. Where did I go wrong? Because if Trey's listening to me, I must
think William Lane Craig,
what?
One of the biggest Christian philosophers, is non-denom. But I'm going to look this up. I'm
Trinitarian.
What?
He's also non-Trinitarian.
William Lane Craig's non-Trinitarian?
Well, he has his own new Trinity he came up with.
Yeah, honestly based.
Yeah, based.
Okay,
he seems pretty intelligent for a Christian philosopher in the Quran.
Trey thinks Christianity is debate bros on YouTube.
Percentage of Christians who are non-denom United States. Christianity in the United States. Let's go here. So I think here's where you're going to beat me. I think you're going to say confessionally there's a bunch of Christians, but I would say the church attendance is probably like once a year.
Okay, so what?
I mean,
are you going to say they're not Christians because they don't go to church enough for you?
Okay, you're going to say Reform is not Judaism?
Reform is not Judaism. What does that have to do with it?
Okay.
Conservatives not Judaism either.
Trey, you're comparing apples and oranges.
Welcome, Hezi.
Hello, Hezi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah. No, I was right.
What?
Good afternoon. Good night to you guys.
The percentage of these groups as 26.3 evangelicals, 17.5% Catholics, and 60% mainline. Yeah. So evangelical is the highest.
Put up your screen.
But evangelical doesn't mean non-denom.
What website are you looking at?
I don't know. Just look up. I'm just looking at Wikipedia right now.
Okay. What percentage of Christians belong to which denominations? Yeah, Christianity in the United States. Okay. Percentage of population. Well, first, let's start with 21% are in the, and we're only talking in the United States. 21% are Catholic. This is confusing.
Are we looking at the Wikipedia page? Yeah, it says at the top, right there. That's what I was looking at.
But its numbers are confusing. This
Okay.
doesn't add up to 100%. Yeah, they say 63% of the population is Christian, of
Yeah.
which a third is Roman Catholic and 2/3. They're doing a very weird number. They're not doing percentages of Christians.
Of Christians are doing of the actual population.
Yeah.
If you scroll down, it shows the differences, I think. Oh no, you're right. I think.
I mean, all of these, look, people belong to denominations. They belong to churches which are affiliated with other churches. And none of the large ones teach what you think is Christianity.
No, but that was not my point. My point was that you're asking for a denomination. I'm saying that most, like I would say, like most of them are non-denominational or do not describe to their denomination.
No, most of them do subscribe to a denomination.
You know what? I will completely take my statement away. Look up Pew Research, people who believe in the U.S. that Jesus is the only way. I feel like there's got to be a Pew Research.
Jesus is the only way. All Christians are going to say that. At the same time, they're not going to say that Jews who reject Jesus are going to hell. And there's a reason why I said the denominations, because there are a lot of folk beliefs. Vast majority of Christians don't actually believe in the Trinity in any way that is acceptable to Christianity. You can't define Christianity that way.
When will Trey abandon the heresy of always being wrong?
I'm not.
It's against Trey's religion to actually know anything. So, like, it's pretty hard for him to be right about anything, ever.
Notice how it's all male, almost always. This little.
Oh, I found it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, here we go. Okay. I
What'd you
will
find?
link it, put it in links. Do research on who can go to heaven. Which religions lead to eternal life? And there's So you can take that how you want to take it. I don't know what sub-questions you want.
Okay, so 29% say my religion is the one true faith leading to eternal life.
So that's 1 in 3.
65% believe many religions can lead to eternal life.
So that's 1 in 3. 1 in 3.
Don't know.
1 in 3. Just want to state that is 1 in 3.
Okay, so it's still less than a majority.
So if I meet 3 Christians, one of them is going to have that view.
Right, and it's probably not going to be matching with the teachings of his own church.
Okay, you just said like that's not a thing. Christians don't believe in that. I'm like 1 in 3. That's pretty. Like I wouldn't bet on those odds. 1 in 3 is a lot.
Well, it's not. You were defining it as this is Christianity.
When did I say that? We were talking about perennialism. I'm so
yes,
confused.
and I was saying most Christians are not perennialists.
We were going over different definitions, and I said specifically, well, I assume perennialism is that you
Okay,
don't
now we're arguing about what we were arguing before.
Yeah.
Stop being a debate, bro, please.
Stop watching Destiny.
Debate, bro, it's just like
Fezzy.
stating my points and not having you trample over me and like rewrite history. That's all I'm doing.
Yes, sir. Fezzy?
First off, I hope all are doing well. I would just point out that, I mean, this would seem sort of rudimentary, but I'm assuming you guys realize that, you know, the difference or the gap between you guys could also just be a definitional one, obviously. Right? So what Trey is saying most people believe, maybe that's what they claim, but if they were then getting asked to match that to a specific doctrine, what you're pointing out is that they would actually fall flat. So the numbers could be showcasing both to be true.
Right. I mean, that's why at the very beginning I tried to be very clear. This is not what any of the major denominations teach, because like an individual Protestant can believe all kinds of things. It's very, very difficult to talk about what individual Protestants believe.
Right. So connecting to what Trey was saying, I think, and Trey, you could correct me if I'm wrong, which was like he was saying what most Christians believe, and that's sort of like a Sunday school answer. Now, what you're claiming, Jacob, is like they would be wrong with their beliefs then, with what they were claiming. Nevertheless,
Sorry.
In their own church, yeah. Yes. If we're talking about like average person on the street, most of them don't know their religion very well.
Trey, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm not saying, just to clarify, I'm not saying that most Christians believe this. I think it's a very small minority, but we were talking about perennialism, and I said that basically the idea that Jesus is the only way to heaven, right? That's what I assume perennialism. And then Jacob said, that's a very minority view. No one has that view. My only point was saying that, yeah, it's at least a sizable amount of people believe this, pretty much.
I would also argue, and I don't know how much this changes the argument. Not that there's necessarily an argument, but how many of those people that believe that, these so-called Christians that believe this, if they were explained like, well, really, that's not what it means X, how many of them are willing to just accept that new doctrine? Or they would be like, would there be major pushback? As in, would it just be like, oh, I was ignorant, but now that you clarified it, I get what you're saying? Or they'd be like, no, you're wrong.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? Do you think most of them would push back, or most of them would just be like, well, that's what we were taught, but if you say this, then it's all good?
I don't know. I feel like if you have that belief, like if you really believe that, like you have to be in an area where that, like, you're not really pushed against that.
Let me ask you differently, but I'll use like and it's different between Jews and Christians, I'm sure. But, I pointed out to my siblings once something about that my grandfather permitted that they didn't want, they were against, and I purposely put them in this little quagmire where they said like, we would only change our mind if someone that we recognize said as such. And then I mentioned that my grandfather says as such, and they were like sort of in a pickle because like they know that they recognize my grandfather, but they're like, yeah, but we still don't feel comfortable with that answer. And I pointed out to them, I'm like, okay, so
Father Stephen!
But Father Stephen is a perfect example actually, because, and this goes to you, Trey, Father Stephen comes and gives a take or an opinion that would seem controversial, but he's gonna be like, no, this is doctrine, or this is what I understand to be true, or this is also what he mentioned to Cedric. My question is, how like what happens if like an authority comes out and says that, but you just disagree with the authority? Like, do the Christian communities, can they swallow their pride and just like then accept the new doctrine, or like there's just gonna be pushback? It's an open question.
I just came out to say William Lane Craig isn't a Christian. But
there you go. So that's
Father Stephen, you haven't been answering my emails. Everybody keeps on asking me, when are we doing Romans 7?
Yes. So not this week.
Okay.
And probably not next week, but soon.
Okay.
Because I've got our Lord of Spirits schedule has gotten all thrown off because Father Andrew's like traveling. So like we're doing a live episode this week and next week, but then like not for a couple of weeks. And So during
See
that,
you guys
not for a
later,
couple
Father
of weeks.
Stephen. Father Stephen, take care. Hope you are doing well and the congregation's doing well. Take care.
Thank you. The I also have to tell you, Jules, because I told him I was going to tell you. I'm ratting Jules out to you. He was at the meal after liturgy today. He was pontificating about things that the Talmud says.
Oh God. Okay. What was he saying the Talmud says?
I don't even remember. It was something about conversion or something to Judaism, and like he very clearly didn't know what he was talking about. And I said, "Why are you pontificating about the Talmud?" And he got embarrassed, and I said, "I'm telling Jacob that you did this." And then he buried his head in his hands. And so,
Well, I'm going to definitely shame him for his like. Well, it's funny. Like I say, anybody who says the Talmud says obviously doesn't know what they're talking about, and then I say things like the Talmud says, because there are really very few things that the Talmud actually says.
yeah, unequivocally, yeah.
Yeah. Most of the stuff that you can say the Talmud says, they're things which like are brought up in discussion as kind of like a trump card, like X, Y, or Z, right? For example, Ein hapasuk yotze midei pshuto, right? So that's an argument that in the argument, when somebody brings it up, like everybody's like, yeah, that's true. That's the type of stuff you can say the Talmud says.
Yeah.
In case anybody was wondering, that particular statement is a verse cannot be understood outside or against its literal meaning. So,
yeah. Yeah, I heard earlier your, I guess, within Judaism controversial opinion that you can't essentially have like a local tradition that violates what the Torah commands. And I thought, well, Jesus and Paul agree with you. At least.
So
I don't know about any other Jewish people, but
the question really, I mean, honestly, I have to say, if the Syrian rabbis who insisted on this weren't so influential, prominent, and their backers weren't as rich, I don't think it would be as much of a problem as it is. But even in Orthodox Judaism, and I hate saying this, and people will get mad at me for saying this, money still talks way too much.
Yeah, that's the reality everywhere. It has been for a long time, right? Like James was having to write about that to churches in the first century already.
Wherever you go, you will discover that all of the people there are human beings.
Yes.
And it is really, really disappointing.
Yeah. And human nature is a transtemporal reality.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, assorted modern folks. Yeah.
Right, exactly. So I if I were to say that in any of my social work classes, I would get an F. But yes, there actually are things which are true of human beings.
Yeah. Well, there's a way to argue it. The way to argue it in one of your classes is you have to position it as the left position. You have to present any view that views a hierarchy within human nature as being like reactionary. And so you're opposing that by saying that human nature is a constant. And so the enslaved person, right, and the free person have the same human nature and dignity and rights. See, you gotta pull that card, right? You gotta.
Well, yes, if the people you are talking to are actually intelligent enough to understand these arguments,
Yeah.
that can work. But when you're dealing with people who are parroting mindless, like they don't even know why they're parroting, and
This is
they're
fair.
incredibly scared of going against the orthodoxy that will cancel them, they tend to be the worst of the worst.
Yeah. Yeah. If you said they were partaking of aristocratic rationalism, they'd just stare at you.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. They would. Yeah, it amazes me how much the supposed professors who are supposed to like be teaching me about Lacan and Foucault know nothing about Lacan.
Lacan or Foucault. Yeah, I'm a bit Foucault, especially. Lots of people talk about Foucault, who I could tell very quickly have never read Foucault, like in their life. Maybe they watched part of the Chomsky debate on YouTube, like that old.
Yeah, the subtitles. I tried watching it. I couldn't. The subtitles were too much for me.
That's why I said part.
Yeah.
Like no, I familiarized myself with Foucault.
I'm just waiting for Foucault to be canceled for raping little boys. I mean, it is kind of bad to
ask
rape.
Brian Singer. It takes a long time to get canceled for that. Like, now this channel's going to get demonetized. But anyway, if it was ever monetized,
my channel is monetized, but my stuff gets demonetized regularly.
No, there has been. So the Foucault who gets canceled is the late Foucault, who turned to the right and helped create neoliberalism. That's the Foucault who gets canceled. Everybody likes the early Foucault when he was just hanging out in bathhouses and having a good time.
All I like to point out about Foucault is that he was personally involved in helping the Ayatollah take over Iran. He was actually in Tehran and actually like a proponent of the Islamic Revolution in Iran.
Yeah.
So my hatred of him is personal.
Yeah. Yeah. He yeah. But you got to remember, this is back when, I mean, have you watched the Jimmy Carter clips from that time where like he's talking about like both the Ayatollah and the Mujahideen in Afghanistan as these fine, deeply religious people? Like, I mean, they are deeply religious, I guess.
Well, so I have to point out, as I am wont to do, that Khomeini's theocracy was rejected by every Ayatollah ever, and continues to be rejected by every Ayatollah in the world, which is why when he died, they had to make the current Ayatollah into an Ayatollah, despite the fact nobody believes he's an Ayatollah, and why they are having a crisis, because when he dies, they have still not been able to find an Ayatollah who believes in this form of theocracy.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Trey has a question he wants to ask you.
Is it about Foucault or about William Lane Craig?
No. Well,
neither of whom are Christians.
Neither of whom are Christians. Just bring back on like repeating talking points that, you don't fully understand. Jacob talked about James Tabor, and you basically brought up, you said, well, there's all these academics who also don't believe in, the Exodus happening and the whole Canaanite thing. And I guess my question was, because I've been having a debate with somebody else. How do you sort of understand scholarly consensus as well as your own like faith convictions, as well as being sort of a layman who doesn't understand all that stuff, like the positions?
Okay. Well, the first thing is scholarly consensus doesn't mean, oh, this is what you have to believe in. Scholarly consensus is a big target drawn on an idea.
Okay.
Like whatever the scholarly consensus is today, that's what all the scholars in the field are attacking and trying to upend and replace. That's how scholarship works.
Oh, okay.
Right? So it's not like, oh, now we've arrived at consensus, everyone must kowtow to it.
Okay.
Right? Because everybody's trying to do everything as if it were a science. That has its own problems, right? But if you think about in like actual science, right, you have a theory that's going, and everybody is what? Everybody's trying to poke holes in it, right? And like torture test it, right? And trying to refine it or overturn it or replace it, right? And so the same approach is true. So anytime I hear someone say, well, the scholarly consensus is this, as if we're all supposed, oh, well, that's what we all have to believe, because it's like, no, that's like, that's what all the scholars are attacking now. Right. The scholarly consensus today on any of these issues is completely different than the scholarly consensus 20 years ago. Like the scholarly consensus on St. Paul now is radically different than it was 30 years ago.
Right. Yeah.
Like 180 degrees. Right. And we didn't make that change by people all saying, well, in the 1990s, we've arrived at this scholarly consensus, so I guess we all just have to go with this. Right. Like, that's not how scholarly consensus works.
Right. But if you're
the other
layman,
issue with this in particular, like with the discussion Jacob and I had about James Tabor and Old Testament reconstructions and all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
The problem is the reconstruction. Right. So this comes from history being treated as Wissenschaft by the 19th century Germans. Right. We're going to have the science of history. So we're going to come up with, are the laws and principles of history and how history functions. Right. And so once you've decided on that, so you decide, for example, now in the 19th century, it's been revealed to us that all of history is the history of class struggle. Right. So you go back, and so regardless of what, say, the book of Joshua says, right, because the book of Joshua was written by someone with an agenda, right, long after the fact. So we can just ignore it. It's irrelevant to to history, right? And we reconstruct what actually happened based on the fact that all of history is now revealed to be the history of class struggle. So what actually happened is a group of escaped slaves from Egypt came into Canaan, radicalized the peasants against their Canaanite king overlords, staged this revolution, right, that formed these tribal units that eventually melded together into the state of Israel, right? But that reconstruction is based on the principle that all of history is the history of class struggle, right? And then they're going to reinterpret the rest of the history of Israel along those lines also. Okay. And then someone could come at it with a completely different presupposition. Right. So you could then have somebody who's like more of a Hegelian than a Marxist come along and say, like a real Hegelian, like a religious Hegelian will come and say, well, no, all of history is the history of God's unfolding self-awareness in creation. Right. And so they'll go back and read through it and say, no, there's this line of development in the self-concept of God going on throughout the Old Testament and into the New Testament. And they'll completely come up with their own reconstruction of the history of Israel based on that. Right. And that methodology is essentially what James Tabor and other guys are doing with New Testament history, right? They're saying, well, look, the texts of the New Testament were written by people with an agenda and stuff. We can't trust them, right? So set those aside, right? We're going to figure out what really happened based on the principles that we think applied. And those reconstructions could be interesting, but number one, since they're based on different presuppositions, I have my reconstruction, you're another scholar, you do your reconstruction. How do we decide who's right?
We can't, right?
right? Because there's no mediation. Mine is based on my presuppositions about history, and yours is based on your presuppositions about history. So we could sit and argue about our presuppositions, but they're presuppositions. They're not things we hold on a basis, right? Like, how is someone going to prove that all of history is the history of class struggle? Right?
You're just gonna find little.
What's the evidence? They're going to go through history and reconstruct it as the history of class struggle. So it's a circular. Like, so, right? So there's no way to adjudicate between those reconstructions, and like within the Christian church, right? Regardless of what church you belong to, none of those reconstructions have authority. Right? Like the text of Scripture has authority. Right? Just like Jacob goes to a synagogue, they don't really care what a 19th century German says about the history of Israel. Right? Like that reconstruction has no authority in a Jewish synagogue, right? The Torah does, right?
Well, it depends on the synagogue, but yes.
Well, okay, yeah, fair.
Reformed, yeah.
No, actually, there's modern Orthodox people who go way too far in trying to, integrate whatever.
But even if they accept it, even if they say that, that's what I think really happened, that isn't really what exercises religious authority.
You hope not.
Right? Because they do this, the liberals do this dodge around with like, well, no, the story of the Exodus is really important, even though I think it never happened. Right? Like this, they want to cling to the importance of the story while separating it from reality. Like completely. Right. Like, but yeah, so I don't find those reconstructions helpful or that whole methodology. Right.
Are you have you read much of I think his name is John Bergsma, the Catholic historian?
Yeah.
What do you think of him?
Well, he's Dutch, so I like him for that. Bergs was a fine Dutch name.
Other than that.
No, he's pretty. I mean, I disagree with him about things, of course, but I mean, he's not a wingnut. Like he's not like doing his own thing. He's very much within the mainstream of like scholarship and stuff. So
yeah, when I talk about basically like how people are interpreting the Dead Sea Scrolls, I say, well, if you want to see a Catholic view of it, you can go to John Bergsma. If you want to see an Eastern Orthodox view of it, you can go to Father Stephen DeYoung. If you want to see a Jewish-ish view of it, you can look at Robert Eisenman. And if you want to see a Protestant view of it, I think you end up with James Tabor, because I actually think that's where you end up if you have Protestant presuppositions. I really do think that's where you end up.
Depending on how narrowly you define Protestant, I can see that. Like I would say N.T. Wright would be a Protestant example, but I mean he's Anglican.
Right.
He's Church of England, which is a very different type of Protestant, right? Then,
yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing. Like, are Anglo-Catholics, as people have started calling them, really Protestants?
I think N.T. Wright would self-identify as a Protestant.
Okay.
But your average like evangelical, well, he was a fad among evangelicals for a little while. Even evangelicalism is this weird mess now, right? Because there's like evangelical used to be the opposite of liberal, but now there's liberal evangelicals.
Yeah.
So, like literally, the term was used to distinguish themselves from liberals. So I'm not even sure exactly what it means anymore. It sort of, I guess, now means Protestant, but you don't care about traditional Protestant confessions. Like, but you're sort of Protestant still anyway.
Do you have any particular things that you disagree with Bergsma about that you can think of off the top of
Not right off the top of my head, but I'm sure I could.
So generally,
report back to
you guys are kind of on the same page.
I would have no problem with telling somebody to read his stuff. Like I wouldn't have to put a bunch of caveats in front of it.
Okay.
So
I always also just blanket say, like, when I recommend somebody read something, that doesn't mean I'm endorsing every single, because especially since I'm saying this on the internet, like,
Which
you said people should read this book and blah blah. He said blah blah blah. You know, how dare you?
So when like a layman is reading these things, and for example, someone throws out, this is scholarly consensus, that's usually meant as a hammer. What is the layman supposed to do? Because a friend said, oh, you should just read all the views and figure out which is the correct one. And I'm like, I don't have enough time for that. I'm not smart enough for that. And I'm not going to get a correct view.
Anybody who says the scholarly consensus is blank to you is saying, I am not a scholar.
Okay.
Because they're saying, I don't know how this works, right? It's like when someone says, the Talmud says, right? You know that they are not an actual, right? Right, because that's not how, so you can just look at him and say, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works, right? Like, that's...
Okay.
And even the idea that there is a scholarly consensus on most of this stuff. There's on some things there's a majority view, but that's not a consensus. A consensus means everybody agrees,
right?
And the number of things that like everyone agrees about are very small, right? Like Paul of Tarsus wrote Galatians, right? Like pretty much everyone. I mean, I don't know it's hysterical. There's a debate between Bart Ehrman and Richard Price.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the point where Richard Price denies that Paul wrote Galatians, where Bart Ehrman is just like, well, why am I even talking to you? Like, this is absurd. Like,
because they're arguing on presuppositions and like, you can't get anywhere.
Well, right. So at that point, he's like, this is futile, right?
It's
like
pointless,
if you're going to argue that, I mean, Paul didn't even write Galatians. Like, how can we even have a discussion, right? Like, you're just going to deny the reality of all of the facts I present. So this isn't a conversation worth having. Yeah. Like, so, yeah, I mean, but it's very few things, right? That there's like an actual scholarly consensus around. So it's not even true most of the time, but also just that whole methodology of, well, lots of scholars agree X, therefore you have to, as a layperson, agree with X. That's not how it works.
Okay. So the response is just like, that's not how it works. Show me the evidence of what you're talking about, pretty much?
Yes. Make an actual argument. Yeah.
Actual argument. Okay.
Smart people agree with me. That's not an argument. Like, that's...
I don't know. In Orthodox circles, in Eastern Orthodox circles, when I say, well, you know, Father Stephen agrees with me, that carries a lot of weight with people.
I don't know. They're probably worried I'll make fun of them or something.
They're worried they're going to get called out at tea time.
Yeah. Like I call out a Lord of Spirits, I've called out very few people by name. Like I think it's only William Lane Craig and David Bentley Hart. Usually I will just say some person, you know, or some scholar said something really dumb, you know. But those are the only two people I think who I've actually like full on just blitzed.
Every once in a while somebody says to me, hey, Father Stephen was talking, I think, about you on Lord of Spirits, and then I have to go try to find it.
Well, someone I don't know if you're aware of this. I found this accidentally the other day. Someone, I don't know who it is, has put together a playlist of every time I appear on your channel
Really?
entitled Father Stephen DeYoung and Friend Jacob. So you are now Friend Jacob,
Okay.
apparently. To
Fringe Jacob?
Friend.
Friend. Oh,
Friend Jacob.
friend is
Yeah.
nice. I like
Yeah.
friend. Yeah. That's
You're the friendly neighborhood Jacob, I guess now. I don't know.
If I am known as Friend Jacob, that's much better than the things I usually get called.
Yeah, there's a lot worse. There's
Yeah.
a lot. Yeah.
I'm gonna have
Super
to,
random question.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my phrase to just ask whatever I want.
Okay.
So this term, Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world.
Yes.
So, I mean, from your books, I know about the two goats of God
Yes.
who take away the sins of Israel. So where's this Lamb of God idea, and
Yeah.
how does he take away the sins of the world?
It's a deliberate smushing together of the Day of Atonement and Passover.
Okay. I mean, is Passover
Right. And that's used in reference to Jesus, and in particular related to his death. It's a way of connecting his death to both Passover, which is when it happened, right, and to the idea of the Day of Atonement. In one phrase.
Okay.
I completely agree with you, Andrew. It's completely illegitimate.
I'm shocked. I think. Yeah, I think the highlight the last time I showed up on one of these live streams was all the Protestants getting upset about me saying that the marriages they do in their churches, which they doctrinally say are not a sacrament, are not a sacrament. Like, they were very upset that I said that. And again, I'm like, okay, wait, you guys say it's not a sacrament, but I say it's not a sacrament, and I'm this horrible, mean person who's saying, like, all your children are illegitimate and you're not really married somehow.
So Rabbi Moses Feinstein, who was the most widely regarded halachic decisor, categorically ruled that Reform and conservative weddings are completely null and void. And a few people got annoyed at that. And until it was explained to them that the alternative would be for there to be a lot of Reform and conservative mamzerim. So a mamzer usually gets translated as a bastard, is not able to marry. So in Judaism, a bastard is the result of adultery from an actual marriage, right?
Okay.
So and that's why, for example, it was a big deal in the Gospel of Matthew that that Mary was betrothed, right? Because if she wasn't betrothed, then it would be adultery,
Right.
right? And so the fact is that the nullification of all of these Reform and conservative weddings actually makes it so that it's not possible for children to be bastards. And in Judaism, a bastard is not allowed to marry other Jews. So, yeah, it still is to some extent controversial, but few Reform and conservative rabbis complain about it, because otherwise there would be a much bigger issues in terms of Orthodox Jews marrying Reform and conservative Jews.
Yeah. Why would they want to do that anyway, though? I mean...
Well, okay. Well, this is part of the thing. Is the fact is the vast majority of Jews who go to Reform and conservative synagogues, they still believe that Orthodox Judaism is actually Judaism.
Yeah, yeah.
They're just like, I'm not that religious.
Yeah.
And so
there's a certain respectability to that. There's a, self-knowledge,
Yeah. It's like they realize, or like, this is kiddie Judaism. Like,
yeah. If we could get Protestants to feel that way about Christian orthodoxy, I'd be cool with that. Just acknowledge that we're the real thing and they're doing the, somewhat less religious version of it. That's
right. I don't think that would fly as easily among Christians as it does among Jews.
Yeah. Well, no, and that's part of this weird thing, like with the marriage thing that I brought. This happens all the time. Like I have evangelicals and stuff like call me like a necromancer, and like an idolater, and accuse me of bunches of other sins worthy of death in the Torah. And then get mad if I don't call them my brother in Christ. Like, that I'm the jerk. Because I don't.
So Yoav is one of the recent additions to this little corner. And he has been a very welcome addition, because every time he deigns to speak, he actually has something important to say, which is one of the highest compliments I can give anyone. Yoav, Father Stephen DeYoung, Father Stephen, Yoav.
Pleased to meet you.
Yeah.
I would like to comment on what's happening with marriage in Israel, at the social layer of non-religious Jews, sort of intellectual, academic, thinking people that define themselves as non-religious. They do get married in large quantities. I mean, the age in which my younger generation is getting into the marriage business. And first, Verveke was not the first to try to invent the religion that there is not a religion. They have been there before him, and they invented something that was called effective altruism. And I think the idea is that the point is of Christianity or whatever is to be altruistic. And we are so wise and intellectual that we can calculate the best altruism we can possibly do. And they're serious. They're putting lots of effort and money. It's not just a theory. It is a religion. It gets them. It doesn't get them into marriage. It gets them into spending all your time and money on the poor and not raising kids. So luckily they're backing off. So when they do get married, the progressive Judaism is nothing to them. I mean, it's they don't even consider it. I mean, there's no point in inviting a progressive rabbi to a wedding. I mean, you don't believe in his religion. He doesn't believe in his religion. So what they do, they improvise Judaism on the spot. Every wedding is different. The couple will select which parts of the ceremonies they're going to do, which parts they don't going to do. Who's going to act as the rabbi? It's never an official rabbi. It could be a friend, it could be a distinguished member of the community. I mean, the step after progressive Judaism was to invite somebody of the right political party to be a rabbi. And that's gone. Why invite a politician when you have distinguished members of your community who everybody respects, who can write up very good text that is relevant and pleasing, and they do act as rabbis in those improvised weddings, and you can fiddle around the laws of the state to enable that. It doesn't get you into trouble financially or whatever, and of course it lets you get married with the Orthodox if you actually wanted to do it later. For the wedding of my son, I wanted to bring a hat. I sometimes wear a hat outdoors, or tend to wear a hat outdoors, because I think this is what a man should do, not because of a commandment. And I wanted, to the wedding of my son, I wanted to bring my hat. And my wife said, no, you know why you're doing it? You're going to look ridiculous in a wedding in a hat. And I said, okay, I'll take a hat and I'll put it in the bag. If need be, I will put it on. When the groom comes into the room, he's wearing a kippah. I mean, last time he wore a kippah was in his bar mitzvah. And suddenly he's wearing a kippah. It was a surprise, a good surprise, because it enabled me without any protest to put on my hat. So now I have my wedding photos under a chuppah, wearing a hat with my son wearing a kippah. And there are rings involved and there's a breaking of the glass involved. I'm happy. That's the peak of my dreams. I wouldn't want my religion to go any further than that.
So did he say Harat Mekudeshet li b'tabat zu kedat Moshe Israel?
I cannot say, and I have to look the video because everything is improvised. I cannot remember a detail of something that was said because no text was followed.
So it gets me that a lot of them, like that is the traditional saying of the betrothal ceremony. We do the betrothal and wedding at the same time nowadays. But
we do too, probably for the same reason. If you break a betrothal, is it a divorce?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, that's why we do it that way too.
Yeah. And so they the line is, behold, you are sanctified unto me with this ring, according to the religion of Moses and Israel. And every time I go to one of these improvised ceremonies, when that last part just grinds on me, because it's like, look, if it's either it is or it's not according to the religion of Moses and Israel. So yeah, no, but what you obviously
it's performative. if you acted in it, it was.
I mean, it's very interesting. In Israel, it is kind of different from the United States, because in the United States, there isn't as much of a sincere belief. Like Reform and conservative rabbis and congregations in the United States are much more seriously attended and paid attention to than in Israel proper. But I think part of that is just like being an Israeli and being in a Jewish society. It's different, and that's why a lot of Israelis, when they come to the United States, they're just kind of sort of what in Israel is called Masorti. Which, Yoav, would you consider yourself Masorti? No.
No.
Okay. So people call themselves a Masorti when there are traditions that they like of Judaism. They're not necessarily, very committed to that to it, but they're Jewish, and that's part of who they are. And a lot of them, when they come to the United States, they start going to Reform or conservative synagogues. A lot of them end up coming to Kabad, actually. And because, like, at Kabad, they realize, okay, yeah, I drive on Shabbat, but the rabbi shouldn't drive on Shabbat. Like, that's Judaism. And really, I mean, when I was in Israel, very few people drive on Yom Kippur. On Shabbat, fine, everybody drives on Yom Shabbat, but Yom Kippur, right? Certainly in Jerusalem, there's no cars on the streets on Yom Kippur. And my friends, one of my good friends, he lives in Tel Aviv, like, they go biking. There's a huge bike marathon on Yom Kippur because there's no cars on the streets.
No, it's not only marathon. I mean,
yeah. Well,
that is the Israeli form of the holiday of Yom Kippur. Since parents will buy bicycles for their young sons. Whoever doesn't have a bicycle will get new bicycles for the new year. And whoever has a bicycle will go and mend his bicycle. And the queues at the bicycle menders are long. They walk 24 hours a day before Yom Kippur. And on the streets, on Yom Kippur, everybody is on bicycles. You couldn't drive your car if you wanted for the bicycles on the road. So people, on the highways, people would drive because we have lots of religions and beliefs going around in Israel. On the highway, you will not go on your bicycles because people will drive fast on that. But on the internal city streets, it will be quite impractical to drive.
It's different when you live, even as somebody who's not religious, when you live in a Jewish environment, right? It's a Jewish community. Like, Yom Kippur is Yom Kippur. Even if you don't believe in Judaism at all, you still recognize it's Yom Kippur. Whereas in the United States, like, if you're not paying attention, Yom Kippur can come and go, especially if you're not in Los Angeles or New York. Yom Kippur does come and go, and people just don't even realize.
It is all the holidays, all the Jewish holidays are under attack at the moment. There's a certain segment of the population who, as a principle, as a movement, is trying to demolish them as fast as possible. 1 year, Purim was cancelled due to some kind of a medical emergency, and Purim is the carnival holiday. So they celebrated Halloween in the same year, the year after, to compensate because children need a carnival holiday once a year. I'm trying them, and I saw them out of my windows just the other day, trying to get the education television of Israel, trying to establish the Easter Bunny egg hunt into the Israeli culture. It's really, they're trying as much as they can. There is Judaism is strong. They don't know what they're fighting against.
Yeah, there was an article, was it Haaretz? I think it was Haaretz, who there was an article. It was an opinion article, but somebody was talking about how Kabad is waging war on the secular Israelis by getting secular people to put on tefillin on the streets of Tel Aviv, and to some extent, I think it's true. It is a spiritual war. I think the atheists are going to lose. The Chiloni are ultimately going to lose, and frankly, this is something. I mean, especially with Gilad, I don't think. Have you been watching the discussions between Chezi and Gilad? They've been having them mostly after Chezi's Pirkei Avot streams, especially with Gilad, who he is Chiloni. You know, I don't see why you would want to live in Israel and be an Israeli if you're Chiloni.
I have a story. I worked for the HP company for some years, and they are very much of a globalist company. So part of their being globalist, they ship managers around. HP manager should be an HP manager wherever he sits. So I got a young manager from Catalonia, Spain. And he was a young secular Spanish guy, and he was boasting how they managed to oust all the priests out of their culture, and now they're completely Christianity free. And he said, okay, this is what we're going to do with you guys, with your Judaism. And I said, no way. And he said, you don't understand the power of television. They will get, the new kids will get the new context through the television, and they will be converted. And I said, you don't understand the power of religion when it is strong. No television in the house.
Although I have to say, there a lot more Haredi households have televisions than are willing to admit it. But yeah. Father Stephen, what do you think of all this Israeli culture?
I mean, I have no exposure to it, so.
Well, that's why you're here.
But yeah. But yeah, that's the one thing I don't think most Americans understand about Israel is that, like, how most of the people in authority now in the Knesset and stuff are actually secularists. Like, I think most Americans think that, like, everyone in Israel is like a super pious, like, Orthodox Jewish person and very deeply religious. And it's like, you heard any of the speeches? Like, have you seen how actual religious Jews are treated sometimes there? Like, yeah.
Yeah, the only time people like Bibi Netanyahu keep kosher is when they're outside of Israel visiting, and for state occasions, everybody like makes kosher food. I mean, maybe Netanyahu now it's become more and more fashionable to keep kosher even among like the right wing, or some form of kosher among the right wing.
At least performatively, yeah.
Yeah, but it used to be like what Yoav was talking about is where, as far as covering your head, right? It used to be in Israel. It was a very controversial thing, and like a politician, if a politician wore a kippah, a yarmulke, that was good enough reason not to vote for him for a lot of people. Yeah, but I mean, things have changed so much. I can't believe it's been 24 years since I was last in Israel, but I was there only for a year, and my modern Hebrew is not very good, so it's hard for me to keep track of what's going on. But I try, and I have lots of family there. But yeah, things have changed a lot over the past 60 years. Much more quickly than anybody imagined. I don't think somebody from 60 years ago would recognize Israel today as being on any trajectory they imagined. What do you think, Yoav?
This is how I got into this this little corner, expressing this exact point. I mean, that was my point of entry into YouTube broadcasting. I can tell you the story again.
The story about your mom?
Yeah.
Please, I love that story. That story, it's a beautiful story. Please.
I want to see. There is a picture. Okay, I'll start saying without the accompanying picture. Maybe I will upload it later. We have another secular holiday in Israel. That actually a group of 2 days. There is the Independence Day, and the day before Independence Day is the memorial for the fallen soldiers. It's quite eerie because one of them is a day of mourning and the other immediately, I mean, minutes after it, it's already a day of celebration. It's quite a sharp transition. And where I live is a neighborhood that was founded by ex-officers from the army. So we had lots of people in the army from the neighborhood, and we had lots of fallen soldiers from the neighborhood. People who lived in the neighborhood, kids that grew up in the neighborhood. So in the middle of the neighborhood is sort of arranged in a ring around the central hill. And on that central hill, there's a monument for the fallen soldiers from our neighborhood. And we have this ceremony every year on the same date and the same time. All the congregation, all the neighborhood convenes at that memorial. And the memorial is next to the primary school. And the primary school arranges a ceremony. I mean, the kids come and there are songs and dances and music, and there are speeches by the schoolmaster, by the heads of the community, by the representative of the municipality. It used to have some religious aspects because it is based on loosely based on the Jewish burial service. It's some the prayers that will say for the dead. But that was a corner of the ceremony. So the ceremony was mainly secular. And that happened every year since I was a baby. I mean, every year at the same date, same times, I will come to the same place. There will be this ceremony. Every year they will improvise a bit. Until one year, the year of a certain medical emergency, when it was decreed that large congregations of people are not allowed. So the organizer of the ceremony decided to cancel it. And it is not as if people remained at home, because we are Israelis. We don't do lockdowns very well. So everybody was around in the central heat, and there is a playground. They were having fun in the sun with the children, and it was well, it is partly holiday and partly lockdown. So you have a day out in the sun with your kids. But the ceremony was not. But I could not stand it. I could not stand not having a ceremony at that certain time, and so did my mother. My old mother is still living with me in the same neighborhood. So the two of us went to the memorial, and we stood there, not knowing exactly what to do, and we were the only people there at the memorial. And then came some female teachers from the school, because they felt bad for it was their duty to conduct and organize the ceremony, and they didn't. So certain female teachers from the school came with a bouquet of flowers. And I was the only male around. So luckily I had my hat on, because I usually come out with my hat on outdoors. So I had, as an exception to my practice, say the prayers. So I was standing there saying the traditional prayers, and there was a bouquet of flowers. So we have done our ceremony that year of the plague. The next year, the ceremony was resumed, but it was never the same, because when it was resumed, the name of God was not mentioned. And that was a year ago. This year's ceremony is the first time I did not attend. There is a twist to the story that's concerning the Jews of Los Angeles, because we had a tradition of student exchange on the primary school level. So on that day of the remembrance, a delegation of children and parents from a school in Los Angeles will be present there in my neighborhood. And in the last years, they would actually say the prayer, because they still brought their rabbi with them who could actually sing it well. Nobody in my neighborhood could actually sing it properly. So in the last year before the pandemic, they would say the religious prayers, and not us. The year of the pandemic, they of course did not come. So I think this is an aspect of the change, because religion was what connected to us, to our brother in the school in Los Angeles. Otherwise, why are they here? I don't know how they're playing it now. I did not attend the last ceremony. I don't know how they're playing it now. So that's a very long story, and I'm talking too much.
I was actually expecting. So when I said your story, I meant your story with Rosh Hashanah and the shofar. Yeah.
Okay, but okay, it's the same in the same mother on the same neighborhood, so it's the same story. Rosh Hashanah, you have to blow the horn, the shofar. And it's important, if you don't do anything else, at least you should hear it. So we have a missionary Chabad rabbi in our neighborhood. So the movement of Chabad, in their last desperate attempt to save us, have planted a family, a rabbi and his wife and his children, in our neighborhood. And he's trying his best to do good. Of course, doesn't and will not ever convince anybody, but he's doing his best, at least to keep the basic traditions. And the people who are following him are the very, very frail and old people who sort of missing that tradition in their life, regardless of any belief. So he wanted to blow the horn for the old people on a public property in the middle of the neighborhood. So they set up an hour, and all maybe 5 of them, the very, very remaining old people, 85 or 90 years old, came with their aids. Most of them could not come down without the wheelchair. And the rabbi came with his horn to blow the horn, so the people who want to hear it will hear it, as it our custom and religion. It turned out that this is a very well organized community, and we had sort of an elected governing body of the neighborhood, because the property, the real estate belonged to us as a body. And they have issued a decree that no religious activity whatsoever will be conducted on the premises. So when he came to blow his horn, people came waving a piece of paper saying, "You shall not do that. It is not allowed by our regulations." In Tel Aviv, in the state of Israel. And he's a religious Jew, he will not budge. It came up to borderline violence. And again, as the only sane male person around, and since I brought my mother with me, and if my mother says she wants to hear the shofar, my mother will hear the shofar. This is the basic commandment for the 10 commandments. Thou shalt let your mother hear the shofar if she wants you to. So I stood the ground and I sort of pushed and shoved people around, and I let that Chabad guy blow his shofar. Next year, there is reached a compromise, because that hill in which the memorial stands, where the primary school stands, is actually not our private property, it's actually public property. It belongs to the Tel Aviv municipality. So at that point of land in the middle of the neighborhood, you are allowed to do a religious Jewish practice, because it's out of jurisdiction to our neighborhood watch. So in the next Purim, they were reading the Megillah there, and nobody bothered them because it wasn't private property. And I came there not to hear the Megillah, just to make sure that everything is fine, nothing untoward happens. That people of Chabad, they are enjoying some cooperation with the municipality, because they are doing good work, tending and providing culture to the old people. And the municipality doesn't always have the time and money to do that. So the municipality will encourage them to gather the old frail people around and do something with them, some kind of entertainment or culture. So they have some backing. Again, I'm talking much too much today. I should leave.
And this is why I identify with Chabad, because when someone needs a crazy Chabadnik to go blow shofar for the old people, or to visit people in the hospital, or to do any mitzvah, everybody knows you got a crazy Chabadnik, because they're crazy Chabadniks.
Yeah.
There's a joke people tell. When the first Jew they used to say the moon, now they say the Mars. There was a Chabadnik waiting there asking him if he wants to put on tefillin.
Yeah. Okay.
I love that.
Can I just leave before I leave on a lighter sort of miscellaneous?
Have you spoken with Chazi before, Yoav?
Not one-on-one.
Shalom, Yoav.
Shalom. Okay, I really want to go off stage. I'm not comfortable being on stage so much, so I'll bid you farewell.
Okay. Thank you for coming. I always love hearing from Yoav. Yes, so in Israel, they passed a rule, no blowing the shofar on Rosh Hashanah in that neighborhood. And this is why I am a non-Zionist. And Chazi is getting phone calls.
I'd say you should go argue with Joe Biden about Zionism, but I don't think you could even have a conversation with him at this point, let alone an argument.
Well, so people have been floating. His last name is Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, as a vice president pick for Harris, and most Democrats are not willing to say why they oppose Shapiro being the vice
Italian,
president,
right? He's
yeah, exactly. Yes. It's not enough that the first gentleman is going to be Jewish, but the vice president might be Jewish as well, and the party of Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar is none too happy about the Jewish representation at the top of the party.
well, that's the wrong branch of government. All the Roman Catholics and Jewish people go on the Supreme Court. And the executive branch is supposed to be WASPy. Like, that's the idea. And then Congress, you can have the whole mixed bag, right?
That the Muslims only go to Congress. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, what are we up to now? Six Catholics on the Supreme Court right now?
I think it's like 6 Roman Catholics and 3 Jewish people.
It's something like it's something like that. I think it's 6 Roman Catholics, 2 Jews, and a Episcopalian, something like that. Yeah.
Jacob, how did the topic of public display of religious belief, how did you guys get up to that with you of talking about Tel Aviv?
We started by talking about marriages and how Father Stephen DeYoung does not view non-Orthodox marriages as marriages.
as sacraments.
Sacraments. Right.
And they don't believe they're sacraments either. But I'm not allowed to say they're not sacraments.
But
somehow I'm putting them down if I say it.
Is there actually a Christian concept of bastard that means anything?
I mean, I can't speak to Roman Catholic canon law. It used to be they couldn't get baptized.
At all?
At all.
Until they were of majority, right?
I don't know how that works now. I understand if you get divorced and remarried as a Roman Catholic down here in Louisiana, you're going to be hard pressed to find someone to baptize your children with the second wife.
Until they're adults. It's not like...
Well, yeah, at least until they're adults. But considering that the Roman Catholic Church teaches that an unbaptized baby that dies goes to hell, like...
That's pretty...
That's kind of insane, right? Like, that you would refuse to baptize a baby because the parents did something you don't agree with.
Do they still teach that?
That's the official teaching. Yeah. Now, how many of them actually believe it? How many priests actually still hammer on that? I don't know. But I'm glad that a lot of Roman Catholic priests don't enforce the stuff on the books. I'm very glad for that. Like, they're not allowed to give communion to mentally disabled people or
What?
elderly people with dementia on the books. Like,
It used to be that the mute was prohibited from saying certain blessings. However, as medicine has advanced and our understanding of the mute and some of these disabilities, these prohibitions have been lifted because we realize that there's clearly a very robust and beautiful interaction still happening with the mute and the blind, and even like the quote unquote the dumb. There's still a conversation happening over there. It's very sad to hear about, like, thinking of the mute or something, that not being able to, or the congregation not seeing them as individuals that are having their own unique relationship with God as well. So
and the whole idea in the West, in Western Christianity, of the relationship with God has been very intellectualized. And so the side effect of that is anyone who's not intellectually capable of those sort of things is considered not to be able to have the same kind of relationship with God as someone who does have those intellectual faculties, which is, to me, perverse. But
I mean, this is the big in Eric Neumann's work. This is the big. He sees the Torah and the rules as like. He sees it as the masculine side, as the intellectual side, which, in order to free us humans experiencing religion from he'll call the feminine, or sort of nature, or being stuck within the Ouroboros, stuck within the snake. However, over the years, the intellectual element, or the masculine, has been too dominant, where we lost embodiment, we lost our connection to nature in a certain sense. And that goes, definitely in Jewish scripture, that connects back to the land, obviously, and our connection to the land. But perhaps even why there's a big return to orthodoxy is people are looking for a more embodied sense of experiencing their religion, and not just have a thinky-talky, or being in their ivory towers of fully abstracting God into something that is very, very hard to really believe in, which is, part of the tension the Kabbalists have with the rationalists, like Maimonides, obviously.
If you're reading the Guides to the Perplexed, which I haven't, in a certain rationalist frame, that would kind of, in the rationalist frame that some people like to portray Maimonides, which I can't understand reading him that way at all anyway.
Well, just to mention on that note, Jacob, but that's not a bug, that's a feature, because he says, I'm going to write this in a way which is confusing, and for the uninitiated, like, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to completely misread what I'm saying, and I'm purposely contradicting myself in multiple places over here.
So one way that the very rationalist types read him really does echo that idea that somebody who isn't intellectually involved in the Torah is in a sense damned. I don't think that's at all an okay way of reading Judaism, but that's part of what I very much dislike about the rationalists who claim Maimonides as their own.
But what you're saying is very true, which is, Maimonides, being an Aristotelian, ultimately says, like, this is what his issue is with the Kalamists, the people that spoke, or specifically the Muslims, where he said they went too far with even thinking that even things that are not possible. And according to Maimonides, even God himself is limited in the realm that he built. Within the rules that God created, there are things that even God himself can't do. And in his little rational bubble that he built himself, you're right. The uninitiated, or the fool, or the wicked person, seemingly his soul, right, is lost. Now, there's back doors into that, which is like, all of Israel have a part of the world to come and things like that, which allow him, quote unquote, to escape that. But the Kabbalist will obviously say that the divine spark is the divine spark. Even in a wicked soul, at some point, there is an eternal element that always returns back to the source. So there's no such thing as a lost soul.
Chazi, ultimately, if you can't read Maimonides in a way that doesn't include Hashifcha Ra Bekriyat Yamsuf, Masha Yechezkel Ra Maseh HaMerkava. Right?
Yes, translate that in English.
The maidservant saw at the splitting of the Reed Sea what was beyond what Ezekiel was revealed at through the chariot.
Yeah, but one is saying one was extremely embodied and one is completely abstract. Both are. I would argue when God tells Moses that I've introduced myself to the patriarchs under El Shaddai and I'm introducing myself to you under the Tetragrammaton, those are also different modes of understanding God. And one has to be in a different place. And again, we now have, I have concepts of quantum mechanics that I could play with in my theology. In some ways, that's very advanced. On the other hand, that is a completely different relationship with God that I'm having. And I would say that's a lot more towards the rationalist sort of take, which is trying to remove more and more veils and trying to merge it, let's say, with science as best as possible. But again, the guide was doing that. Maimonides is doing that for the perplexed, for someone that can handle that tension. It's not necessarily saying this is the truth. It's just saying that if you would like to read theology through a scientific and a philosophical jargon, then this would be the language you would use. It's not to argue that is now the answer. It's just that is one version of interpretation in order for you not to remain perplexed.
I'm actually wondering, both you, Chazi, and Father Stephen, if you watched or listened to Alex O'Connor with Jonathan Pajot.
I did not.
No.
I'm not sure if I can recommend it.
I'm less than impressed with that guy in general.
Alex O'Connor, yes.
Yeah.
One person said it was Pajot at his best. I'm not sure I would disagree with that. I was there were things I would have said which Pajot didn't. It was the only time Pajot claimed it's the first and only time he has ever actually done an altar call and said, "Here, I offer you conversion to Christianity." But
he's done that 27 times with Jordan Peterson.
Really? Well, not in public.
Yeah, no, not publicly. Yeah.
But Jacob, would you be? And I guess this is also a question to Father Stephen DeYoung, like the God that Maimonides is offering, or let's say I didn't see this interview, but let's say the God that Jonathan Pajot is offering Alex O'Connor, he's not selling necessarily Jesus. He's selling like he's selling a God that for an atheist or for a rationalist they could also feel comfortable with. So
No. He was selling. So the discussion was about the fall, right? Adam and Eve eating of the fruit of the tree. And like Alex O'Connor has all of these rationalistic questions on this.
You expect me to believe a snake can talk?
Well, it was one
High level stuff like that.
It was kind of like, well, why did God like create, like he should have just created the garden without the snake. Like why? Like it's God's fault. Like he's on his Gnostic. Like,
oh, okay.
Yeah,
The snake was right. The snake did nothing wrong.
Right. The snake tells the truth and God is lying.
Yeah.
What's going on here? And the two things that Pajot said, the first one I agree with, the second one I disagree with.
What was the first?
The first one was, this is describing reality. What's your problem with it describing reality? And Alex O'Connor was like, no. You're positing. He was trying to make what he called an internal critique of your God isn't good enough. I would have designed a better God. and Pajot kept on saying to him, but this is describing reality. And O'Connor was like, I don't care about that.
I don't care about reality. I want to be God. Yeah,
exactly.
Well, Jacob, do you feel like that is where Alex O'Connor is coming from? Like, I would argue he's better faith than Dawkins.
Oh, look, this is a guy I think eventually is going to end up being religious, because he's genuinely wrestling with Genesis. And if someone's genuinely wrestling with Genesis, I have nothing to say with them, because God explained the story better than I can. I can help you learn Hebrew, because I do believe that if you read it in Hebrew, you will get it much better than in translation. But that's about it. The second thing Pajot was trying to do was do that whole Christian spin of, well, it's really telling you about Jesus, right? I don't even remember the narrative well enough to explain it, but like, so it's setting up the problem and Jesus is the answer. And
I would argue that Father Stephen DeYoung doesn't disagree with that, though.
I'm sure Father Stephen DeYoung does not disagree with that.
No, I do actually disagree with it.
Oh, you do? Please.
Yes, I think that's a very Western Christian approach to it.
Really?
That the expulsion from paradise is the problem, and yeah.
No. Unfortunately, just to redirect focus my question. Not that that's the main problem, but that ultimately Jesus is in the background, foreshadowing that story as well.
But to me, that's like, doing
God
like the first 15 minutes of Avengers Endgame and then being like, and then Captain America picks up Thor's hammer. Like,
I got you.
There's a lot more in between there that you kind of skipped, right? Like,
that was a great scene, though.
I mean, from a Christian perspective, eventually you get to Jesus, the Messiah comes, right? But in order to even understand what that means, you need a lot more than the first 3 chapters of Genesis, right?
But to your first comment, though, which is like not seeing that as being the main problem, I'd like you to expand on that. I'm just throwing in there that in the Zohar, in the Kabbalistic texts, there is something called the secret of the deer, and the secret of the deer tells about a story how the crux of it in relation to into the story of Eden is that the deer is pregnant, but it's very nervous to give birth because of the birthing pains that are involved with giving birth. So it's basically it's prolonging the process. So God sends a serpent to bite the deer in its leg and because it's startled by the serpent, it doesn't. It stops the focus on trying to keep the baby in, and the baby comes out, and the story begins. And it's basically hinting to the fact that the story, the fall, so to speak, is not necessarily a fall, rather more of a push, right? Like the snake is there by God's design, and the story needs to begin in some sort of way, and the snake and its whole interaction with Eve and Adam is not necessarily a wrongdoing, but sort of, again, like a feature, not a bug.
Yeah. Well, so there's a couple pieces there. So my perspective on Genesis is that the first 11 chapters are setting up a whole series of problems and issues, right? All the way up through the Tower of Babel, the scattering of the nations, right? The flood, all of that. And then when you get to chapter 12 and you get to Abraham, that's now the beginning of the solution, right? God's now stepping in. But even the problems, right? The problems are not like things that were out of God's control. And then he's like, oh man, what am I going to do? Well,
Right.
let me go talk to Abraham. Maybe he can help me out here and we could get something going. Right? Like, that's right. Like that is included, right? So any, like, from our perspective, right, this serpent is the devil, it's a demonic being, but even a demonic being ends up doing God's will despite itself, right? It may have evil intentions, right? But
So you're saying you believe in the sovereignty of God?
well, yes, God is God.
So you're a Calvinist, I see.
Oh yeah, obviously, clearly, yeah. Aren't we all by that definition?
Yeah, but Father Stephen, was the fall avoidable? Like, or was that what was supposed to happen? Like, the game is only relevant with free will, with us playing in this arena, with us playing in. I'm using this term again from like a Kabbalistic perspective, but like we need to be in the simulation to be able to interact in this game.
Right.
And if we were still in quote unquote the garden, then we wouldn't be playing this game.
Being expelled from paradise in the presence of God was part of God's plan for the destiny of humanity.
So is it a fall at that point?
Well, no, that's not that. That's why I say, like,
okay, Chazi, you're treading on really thin ice right now.
First of all, is that like a novel thing to happen on your channel?
Chazi, I mean, I don't want people to misunderstand what you're saying. It would have been better, and it was in fact possible for Adam and Eve not to sin.
Is that true? And again,
yes, that is definitely true, and this is not negotiable within Orthodox Judaism, Chazi.
But hence,
no, I would say this is true, but even though we would affirm that for various theological reasons, I think maybe what Chazi is trying to get at is, like, in paradise, they probably had a completely different experience of time. At least, again, from my perspective, and the way the church fathers write about it.
Oh, even
right?
In Judaism.
That, you know, some of the church fathers, like St. Maximus the Confessor, says that there was like no actual time in the sense that we think about it that passed between the creation of humanity and the expulsion from paradise.
I mean, this
in
goes
the sense
back
we
to,
think about it, the way we experience time now, right? So yes, I would affirm they could have made the other choice, right? But I also don't want that to imply a kind of literal reading like Alex O'Connor wants, that like they're literally standing around literal trees thinking, should I, you know, right? Like that's right. That I don't think that's what the story is getting at. But the story, like what St. Basil the Great says about it, is that that story is the perfect way for God to express the truths contained in it to us as human beings living in the world we live in with our ability to understand.
Jacob, I think I understand. I understand what you're saying about like you're on thin ice, but I would argue again that again, and there's a difference in what I'm walking around teaching in a school and what we're talking about right over here right now, and that's why I said that the secret of the deer is something that is not taught and is something that's very secretive.
Okay, but Chazi, there's a reason why there are certain fundamentals we teach, such as there is no punishment, anus rahmana pater. There is no punishment for something for a sin which you had no capacity to not perform. So, did God know that Adam and Eve were in fact going to fall? Yes, he did know that because God is outside of time. But it is fundamental and part of the 13 principles of Jewish faith to believe that Adam and Eve had a capacity not to sin, and that it is fundamental in Judaism that not sinning is better than sinning, despite the fact that God can do with our sins all that is great.
Yes, but I believe that
Paul of Tarsus said that in Romans. Anyway, go ahead.
The playing out of Adam and Eve not sinning is what we call life. That's what we're doing. We're trying to play that out right now, where we repent and we don't sin. But the initial quote unquote fall or push, or I mean, that goes back to our conversation with the angels and free will and the tension that humans have and angels have, which is how they view the world and how humans view the world. Which again, that's why I see it as a feature. So yes, we could call it a sin, and we could say the things that Father Stephen said and you reiterated with which regards to when we say, the Tetragrammaton is not that God knows the future. God is every moment of future, past, and present. So he is existing in every choice, in every decision, in every timeline. And at that time, as the Midrash talks about it, where Adam is seeing the light from the beginning of the earth till the end of the earth, that all of Eden is happening inside God's head. All these are examples where this is not a reality where we could be using the same terminology that we're speaking right now. So yes,
Kazi, I mean, this isn't just about the fall. You could ask the same thing about Joseph being sold into slavery. You could ask the same thing about the golden calf. Ultimately, right? The entire Bible is a story of God telling human beings not to sin, us sinning, and God still being able to make what is best through our incompetence. And so, it's not just a question of Adam and Eve in Eden.
Yes, you're right that Joseph tells the brothers that ultimately everything God did, right, is for the good. However, I would argue that unlike the Greek dramas, right, where your destiny is sealed, that's not what the prophet's telling us. The prophets are telling us that if you don't change, bad things will happen. If you do change, good things will happen. And regardless, salvation will come. How quickly that happens and how that looks is up to you, right? So the whole story of Genesis is all about lack of communication between Adam and Eve, between the brothers, all the way down till we get to Joseph. And that's why the story of Exodus could only start after we could see at the end of Genesis that reconciliation is possible. Once reconciliation is possible,
but you realize you just said it was possible and it would be better if Adam and Eve did not sin.
But yes, but just to qualify, the
There's no
difference.
buts there. That is
There is-
fundamental
there
to
is-
how
there
we
is.
understand the story.
So I'll give you the difference is when God tells Moses, I'm done with the Israelites. I'm wrapping this up. I'm getting rid of all of them. Right? Moses comes as the new Noah and says, no. With Noah asked, you know what? Is my family and I going to be okay? God says yes. And then everyone gets destroyed. And that's why Noah fails ultimately. Moses comes and says, if you're going to do that, then get rid of me because I'm not interested in this game then. And then God says, you know what? Oh, that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting to be challenged. I won't destroy them. That's what I wanted to see. Now, we could see that happening with Joseph. We could see that happening with Noah. With Moses. We could see that happening with Abraham. You don't hear that happening with Adam. And I'm not sure that we could use the same example that Adam also could have spoken back. I think at that level, there was still a different, it was being played out differently where there was.
Oh, no. Hold on. He could have definitely spoken back, and he did. And he said the precise wrong thing, which is, it was her fault.
It wasn't me, it was this woman you put here. Yeah.
Right. So it's all part of the exact same story. I don't understand what you're trying to argue.
The difference is, okay, and I have to go on this note. The difference is the story we are being told on of Adam and Eve. While I know you and I, all three of us, or all four of us, definitely have some sense of like there was that actually happened. There's another sense where like we could be talking about like allegory, concepts, ideas, which are that story is different than the story of Moses talking to the Israelites. And that's why when I'm dealing with Moses talking with the Israelites, or you want to talk about like Alex O'Connor's camera, I would argue that Moses is talking to people and there's a guy named Moses. It's harder to have that conversation about like if there was a camera in Eden, would it have seen a tree? That's not something I could even conceptualize. And my argument is it would be silly to assume, yeah, it's a tree and there's bark to it. While talking about Moses' staff, we could talk about it from a symbolic point of view, but there was also probably a man holding a staff. And the question there, if what him getting angry or him speaking to God and praying is different than God asking Adam, where are you? So at that level, yeah.
Look, this is where like I don't understand how exactly things happened, and I don't need to understand how things exactly happened. If Moses was wearing a GoPro or Adam was wearing a GoPro, what I dislike is when people think that they have a better way of representing the story of Adam and Eve in a way that's fundamentally different from how the Bible presents them, in addition to the story of Moses. Moses wasn't wearing a GoPro, and Adam wasn't wearing a GoPro.
Yeah, but
and I
Jacob,
have no more capacity to reformulate the story of Adam than I do to reformulate the story of Moses.
Yeah, but you could rely on, for all intents and purposes, right now on, if you wanted to, on the rationalists like Maimonides, who will tell you those stories, right, of the flood and Adam and the Garden of Eden are not like the stories of Moses.
Look, if I'm talking to a rationalist, sure, I have been the number one person saying that if someone believes that Abraham wasn't an actual human being, that person can still be considered an Orthodox Jew. At the same time, I think that that's really an apologetic position because, frankly, to the best of my knowledge, there was an actual Adam and an actual Abraham,
right? So
actual Moses, right?
But Jacob, I was going to say your sources. You don't have to. Your sources give you give you the allowance to say there is an actual man named Abraham. There isn't an actual man named Adam.
But why do I want to go there?
The reason you would go there, and I'll ask this question to Father Stephen DeYoung, which is when we're talking about revelation, because ultimately that's That's the game at the end of the day, right? Did God speak to man? Is there revelation? The revelation that happens between the revelation that's happening at Sinai or the revelation that's happening between God and Moses, I would argue is different than the revelation that's happening with Adam and Eve. That is not the same kind of speech that's happening. Arguably, I mean, the Zohar talks about how the revelation of Adam is even greater than Moses. That's the only revelation that's greater than Moses, according to one section. But Father Stephen Doug, would you see that in your context as well, that the revelation with Moses is different than the revelation with Adam?
No, but here's why.
Okay.
Because my understanding is that when Moses goes up Mount Sinai, he's entering paradise, because paradise is the place where God is.
And
so when Mount Sinai is the mountain of God, right? He's speaking to God face to face, the way a man speaks to his friend. He's fundamentally in the same situation that Adam was in at that time.
But what about when he's just prophesizing then on the regular?
Well, that's interesting, because Moses then is exercising a particular kind of authority that begins with Moses. So, yeah, that's unique to Moses, in that Moses sets up the paradigm for that type of authority, right? In that God speaks to him, and then Moses has the authority to elaborate on it, and to make decisions, and to solve cases, and settle disputes and vagaries, right? And you see that over and over again. God says X, Y, Z, and then Moses will add, like, well, unless the firstborn animal is a donkey, you don't sacrifice the donkey because it's unclean. You sacrifice this instead. It doesn't record that God said anything about donkeys, right? But Moses has the authority to, like, settle that and issue that ruling. Laying out of hands, he passes that on to Joshua.
But what is, we just actually read that in this weekly portion right now, that he passes it on to Joshua. But so what is Abraham experiencing? What is Balaam, the prophet, experiencing?
Well, those are two very different cases.
I'm so glad you're here to keep him on the Orthodox Jewish path, Father Stephen.
No, but what
without you, he would be going off into Reform land. So thank you.
No, but I was just saying those prophecies are different than Moses. Well, let's even put Balaam aside, because in Judaism it's considered very similar to Moses. But let's say Abraham.
Yeah. Well, so Abraham, again, is in a somewhat unique position, because God appears to him over and over again.
Like he appears to Adam? You would say that it's the same, like...
Not the same sense of Mount Sinai, of him being in paradise when that happens. But that's also very different than just about everyone else. And you even see that over the course of the patriarchal narratives. He appears to Abraham, he appears to Isaac, he appears to Jacob. He appears in, like, he gives Joseph dreams.
Right, but they can manipulate that, so to speak. Right? Like Joseph gets dream when he's younger, misinterprets them, understands them better. I would say with Adam, it wasn't Joseph, like
yes.
Right, but so
Abraham stands and talks to him back and forth the way Moses does.
That, first of all, that's true. And Balaam does that as well, by the way.
Yeah.
Which talks back to God.
Yeah. Whereas Joseph doesn't do that.
Correct.
Right. And his brother.
I would also say Joseph.
Right. Like
Joseph doesn't do that because he's a little traumatized, also by his dad when he's younger, telling him that, like, you're misinterpreting what you're seeing.
Yeah.
I think also Joseph is not as confident with his use of the force, so to speak, until he gets much older.
Yeah. But there's also a certain decline, right, that happens there, right, in terms of the directness of the relationship between God and Abraham is not mirrored by any of Joseph's brothers.
I am so glad we have an Eastern Orthodox priest here to explain to Chezi why Yeridat Hadorot is an actual thing that he should actually believe in, as opposed to his weird Zionist kefira.
I never once that all prophecies are the same. I clearly said that the prophecy of Moses is the greatest, aside from just claiming that it was different with Abraham, with Adam. And Father Stephen would agree that if, like, with Adam, it's closer to the source. Basically, it's more part of the original conversation, so to speak.
That he actually is in the presence of God,
Right.
in the same way that Moses is on top of Mount Sinai.
And I would argue that when you're in the presence of God, right, and you see this a little with the golden calf, and that's why God, the relationship is never the same after the golden calf, which is like, if you're literally speaking to me face to face, then yeah, if you transgress, you got to go. Like if you sinned in Eden, where everything was offered to you, then the stakes are as high as they could possibly be. Then you get kicked out.
Well,
if you just received the tablets, or you're about to receive the tablets, you heard my voice from Mount Sinai, and yet you still get confused enough to go over this golden calf, then there really can't be a conversation anymore. And as the generations, as we get further and further away from that voice, there's more of a tolerance for our sinning. There's more of a tolerance for our transgressions, because obviously we no longer hear the voice anymore. Right now we're using intellectual tricks to try to scratch at what prophecy or the embodiment of prophecy would have felt like, or would have looked like. But I still maintain the fact that the whole conversation with Adam and the whole story in Eden is we can't use the same tools that we do when we're discussing the relationship that God has with the Israelites, or the relationship God has with Moses or the other prophets.
Well, you can't leave out the sanctuary though either, right? Because that's critically important in the Torah, that Moses, goes up outside, the people can't come near it, right? Adam and well, Asha at that point, but are put out of paradise, right? Because they're sinful. And then the whole context of the sanctuary is emphasized by Nadab and Abihu when you get to Leviticus, is what do we have to do? What is the level of holiness and repentance we have to maintain in order to be able to come back into the presence of God even once a year, right? Or to draw at least close, right, with the Levites and the priests for worship. And then what's the level that has to be maintained by the Israelite people in the camp as opposed to the nations outside the camp, right? That you have these different levels of like sanctity to allow you to reapproach. So the way back into paradise is like enacted in the tabernacle and later in the temple under Solomon, right? The goal is to come back again, right?
First of all, for sure the goal is to come back, and there's even an interpretation that Nadav and Avihu actually, they reached their goal. They're even at a holier state than Moses and Aaron, according to one of the interpretations, which is like they got what they wanted. They were taken away, by their spirit went back to the God, and they wanted to be as close as possible. And ultimately, as close as possible means like you're no longer here. It means like you need to go to the next place. And this is also what Moses warns. So the 250 posse of Korach, they come and say, we want to also bring in this incense. And the sages ask, they're like, what, were they idiots? Like, did they not know the risks they're taking? And it says like, no, they're actually very wise, and they knew the risks they're taking. And Moses says, we could see, orient yourself properly, bring your incense, and we'll see who God respects. And it could be Moses saying, it could be I'm wrong, and you guys are perfectly oriented, and then it's going to be a success. Or I'm not wrong, and he literally says, you're playing with fire. So like you're playing with the holy fire. So if you want to get close, you guys all might burn, and that's ultimately what happens. And that's the risk they took, because they said, we want to get as close as possible. So I agree with you that we're always wanting to return. This is also built into our prayers, obviously, with sequences that are going back to prophetic texts. So we're trying to ultimately get back to the source. But again, even for us who don't hear the sound of prophecy anymore, I would hope God's patience with us is different than it was with the patriarchs.
Well, so this is, Jacob's favorite Jewish person, Saul of Tarsus.
Yeah.
Talks about the purpose of the Torah being given is being related to the experience of the patriarchs. Right? That the experience of the patriarchs and that sort of diminution as you get toward Joseph and his brothers helps show the need for God to sort of reveal himself, right, more fully, more broadly, right, to the people, right, in order to, because of the issues with sin, because of the issues with, right, that sort of hound those narratives, right, that part of what's going on in Genesis as prologue to the Torah as a whole is showing the need for Torah, right? The
Well,
need for Moses,
Torah
right?
Torah expressed that way, right? So,
Yeah,
I mean, continuing with what you're saying, we would believe that the patriarchs or other great or the heroes, so to speak, were all versions of embodiment of the Torah in their sense, right? I mean, there's a fail with Enoch, there's a fail with Noah. Obviously, it's more successful with Abraham, but like we said earlier, once God sees that communication is possible with the brothers, then there's a sense where, like, yes, they actually need. And we also see this teased out in the text. Moses comes and frees the Israelites, and so far they're with him because they were told that a savior would come and release them and take them back to the promised land. There's never a discussion, though, about commandments and rules. That's not something they know about. And when Moses goes to them and say, okay, now that I release you, we're gonna go to this mountain, and they respond to him, everything God says we're gonna do, which is like, so far we could trust you for being like the savior. About all these rules and these conversations, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Like, so when we hear it from the voice, then we'll could talk about it. But that was something that was added on later when there's a sense where, like, okay, I see that this needs to be spelled out, so to speak, how to actually practice it and how to actually do this. And that goes all the way down through the prophets, where we start seeing the return. When we get to the prophets, we start hearing, like, you know what? I actually don't need your sacrifices. Like, I see, like, where, like, we didn't have sacrifices, then sacrifices made sense, then it was necessary, and now it's almost no longer necessary. You guys have corrupted that process as well. So hopefully we're learning a new language.
right.
Pure
The
speech,
sacrifice
so to
never
speak.
did it itself. Yeah, but this is good that we're having this conversation, because if you're in on it, when we finally have this Romans 7 conversation,
I'm in on it.
If in order to understand what Paul is doing, right, a big part of Paul's argument is that he sees Jesus as, his argument that Jesus is the Messiah, a major part of it is that he sees Jesus as a full embodiment of the Torah.
Right.
Which obviously you're going to disagree with. So we're going to have to frame that discussion in terms of not, do you agree with him that Jesus of Nazareth is the Messiah? But in terms of, if a Jewish person believed that, does his argument make sense?
Well, I would,
Right.
and on this I really have to end that the Zohar says God, Israel, and the Torah are one.
Yes.
Right. So
yes,
that's
those are the three parts of Paul's argument.
In the Jewish text,
argument is that Jesus is the embodiment of the God of Israel, the embodiment of the Torah, and the embodiment of the people of Israel.
Before Chezi goes, Father Stephen, since you've been so good on keeping him within the lines of Orthodox Judaism, I wanted to ask you, do you think Chezi should go and take his smicha exam to be ordained? As everyone keeps on saying to him that he should go and take his stupid exam.
I mean, you're talking to a person who's working on his second PhD. So I'm a very pro-credential person.
And it would be good if Chezi was Rabbi Chezi Spiro, so that he could continue teaching Torah to all the people who come to learn from him, right, Father Stephen?
I do have a question about Smika and how it works now.
Please.
So, because I've heard different things about this, right? Like, I had heard that line was broken by the Romans, essentially. So
after the Romans, yeah.
But they were sort of deliberately.
So the Talmud says that smicha is only possible within the land of Israel. Actual ordination,
and they were forbidden by the Romans and everything after.
Well, we would not ordain people outside the land of Israel.
Yeah.
So the sages of the Talmud in Babylon were not ordained.
Okay. Right. So it's when you're referring to it today, you're referring to it analogically.
Yes.
Okay.
Although there has been an attempt recently. Well, there was an attempt about 500 years ago, and there has been an attempt recently to revive it because Maimonides believes that by common consent, someone can be ordained. And there was a Rabbi Halberstam of the Eda Haredit, who apparently by common assent, generally by all the rabbis in Israel, was in fact ordained, and he did ordain other people. But that was a controversial thing that happened about 20 years ago. But yes, what we refer to as ordination these days is not actual ordination is required to sit on capital cases, and no one has that form of ordination, we would say, today.
So the reason I ask is, I don't know how much I'm supposed to talk about this project, but there's a book going to be coming out from like a broadly Christian press, in which different people are writing chapters about what Christian church would be the true church broadly. So it's sort of a broad summary of what it's about. And Doc Branson and I are writing the chapter on the Orthodox Church. And our primary argument is that what we now call apostolic succession, the laying on of hands for bishops going back to the apostles and from there back to Jesus, is essentially just the idea of smicha with Jesus having set up this line, right? This sort of messianic line,
right,
through the laying on of hands, and that it's a reappropriation of the Jewish idea.
Well, right. in a sense, it is
Christian communities.
We would just say from a Jewish perspective that this is something like actual ordination requires for there to be Jews living in their own land,
right?
And that's why we no longer have actual ordination, and why people are now with, especially the Zionists religious Zionists are trying to reinstitute it. So there is a component. Obviously, if you believe Jesus is the Messiah, like you kind of remove that component. Although I have to say, I still wonder if the original fight between the Christians over circumcision was not one about ordination, as opposed to
who presides rather than who can receive,
who can validly actually make kiddush. Right? Yeah. Happy is complaining at me. I have to go see what she's complaining about. I will be back.
Okay. So, Andrew, what's your random questions?
I think I've gone through most of them. I'm not sure if you addressed this already. So, This is from Whole Council of God. A majority of the non-sectarian variants between the Samaritan and Masoretic texts are held in common with the Septuagint.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that to be a true statement. Are you asking me what that means?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
I mean,
So
would this mean that we hold the Septuagint more than the other whatever translations of?
no. So that statement is just okay. So if you compare the Masoretic text and the Samaritan Pentateuch,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
The Masoretic text of the Torah, there are differences.
Mhm.
Okay. So some of those differences are sectarian. And what I mean by that is like the Samaritans move a bunch of stuff to Mount Gerizim.
Yeah. Mhm.
Right. There's stuff that they change because it fits their beliefs and their practices. Right.
Mhm.
And then there are differences that are just differences that don't
Mhm.
seem to be connected particularly to
Yep.
the
I
two
get you.
groups' religious beliefs. So those are the non-sectarian variants.
Mhm.
And most of those non-sectarian variants in the Samaritan Pentateuch are also found in the Greek.
Mhm.
Right. So that's all that's saying.
Mhm.
So what that means is, in terms of the Samaritan Pentateuch, is that a lot of people view the Samaritan Pentateuch as, oh, they just took the Hebrew text and messed with it to make it match their beliefs, right? And this is saying, well, they did do that, right, in some places, but there are also other places where the Samaritan Pentateuch is based on another Hebrew tradition, the same Hebrew tradition that the Greek was based on, that the Greek translation was based on. So therefore, the Samaritan Pentateuch in some places has this authentic witness to an older Hebrew biblical tradition.
I get you. Okay. So do you think like how do I put this? That other Hebrew tradition is held to more by people who cite the Greek? Like, is that a sectarian type thing, or?
Well, so the problem is people want to generalize about like the whole Orthodox Church, and like, so the Orthodox Church has always treated the scriptures as translatable, right? So yeah, most Greek-speaking Orthodox Christians throughout history have read the Old Testament in Greek. That's been their Old Testament, right? Because they don't read Hebrew, they don't read Latin, they don't read, right? And Slavic Christians, it's the Slavonic Old Testament. That's their Old Testament. That's the one they read, right? So that's just sort of the reality. So there's this idea that we need to fit, well, which one's the real one? Right? Like, which one's the right places where they're different, which one is correct and which one is wrong? And I think that's the wrong way to look at it. I think we need to look at the text of Scripture as a set of traditions, meaning literally a set, right? And we should look at those variations not as like, oh, we need to figure out which one's right and which ones are wrong, but to look at those variants as different nuances, different ways into the text, different interpretations. So
another.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear which one is original. I mean, incontestably, the Hebrew scriptures were written first in Hebrew. I mean, barring like Daniel. I mean, Daniel's a whole issue unto itself because it's like part in Hebrew, part in Aramaic,
part in Greek, yeah.
Right? Like, so there's a whole other thing. Ezra, Nehemiah, you get some Aramaic, but I mean, for the most part, right? I mean, the Torah was originally written in Hebrew, right?
Mm-hmm.
Paleo Hebrew originally, but Hebrew, right? So that's the original, right? That's not, and the New Testament was originally written in Greek, right? But with real, right, like isn't the issue.
So I only heard the last part of that, but my question to you is, the Septuagint on Psalm 22 translates.
Technically, I'm actually you. The Septuagint does not contain Psalm 22.
Thank
The
you.
Septuagint is a translation of the Torah.
Yes, thank you very much. I very much agree with you. But so it's very clear that whoever translated it thought it was Rachok Meshagagti, not
I can give you all
Shagag.
kinds of examples of that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
So he very obviously just made a translation mistake.
A mistake, or the
agree that
text
it's a
in front of
mistake?
him had a mistake or a variant in it. Right.
A variant text. Well, that's the thing is, it seems to me it's like I understand like shogeg is a word that shows up all the time, whereas shaga, right, roar is not something that's so common.
Yeah.
So it just seemed like such a normal mistake to make.
Right. But the question is, did the copyist make the mistake copying the Hebrew, or did he make the mistake reading it and translating it into Greek? We can't know for sure which one.
We can't know for sure, but well, it goes back to my thing of like Psalm 22 very obviously has a lot of lion imagery in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think any huge point of doctrine hangs on that.
Okay. Glad to hear. I agree with you. I don't know why Christians argue Ka'ari so vehemently, but they do.
It's weird, man. It's a bad evangelical Protestant hermeneutic. Like, it says Alma in Isaiah, like, get over it. Like, if you understand what the text is saying in Isaiah, like, the other wouldn't make sense.
Well, I think
you'd have to have a virgin birth, like, in the 8th century BC, and then another one in the 1st century AD.
And
right?
this is why we get along so well. You give up the entire store sometimes.
But nothing hangs on it. Like, the Gospels of Matthew and Luke are totally clear that Jesus was born while his mother was a virgin, right? Like, nothing hangs on misinterpreting Isaiah 7. Like, literally nothing, right? Like, so I don't know why I fight about it.
Father Stephen, I wanted to comment to what you mentioned to Andrew, and Jacob, try not to get like conniptions right now, okay? I was gonna say that Father Stephen was talking. Andrew was sort of asking about like the original one, right? If we're going back to the Hebrew and like who's right, who's wrong, if there's different versions. So of Ethiopian Jews, and they go pretty far back, or their claim, at least some of them will say, like, we're descendants of the Queen of Sheba all the way from Solomon, from the first temple, and we have our own tradition, which in theory would be like the more original text, right? Like, for example, some differences is they allow for women's circumcision because they go through the tradition that like Moses' wife Tzipporah circumcised the son, or different things that they do.
You pick the worst examples of things to defend.
Yeah, that was not the best example. I have to agree on that part.
Why you would defend one of the worst and most horrific practices on earth. But go ahead.
Wait, circumcision?
Female
No,
I didn't say female
I think he's
circumcision, I
talking
said a
about women
female
doing circumcision.
had
Oh!
performed circumcision. Yes. No female circumcision. So my point was that to Andrew that we don't necessarily have to now the Ethiopians come, and I don't have to look at the Talmud or the texts I have now and be like, well, these I guess are wrong. In a certain sense, Judaism continued, and the tradition has already manifested itself. And if we believe this is also God's will in a certain sense, that we already have this version of Judaism that we're all, let's say, Orthodox Jews are a part of. The question is, what do I do with this ancient text? Do I look at the Ethiopians now and tell them to go take a hike? Do I tell them what you're looking at is gobbledygook? Or do I say like, okay, now that I have this ancient text, or let's say Father Stephen DeYoung is saying, now that I'm aware of the ancient Hebrew, or I'm aware of this mistake, does it mean I throw out my whole doctrine? Or does it mean I need to be sensitive to other doctrines? Does it mean I need to be sensitive to some interpretations? So I would argue to, let's say, the Ethiopian community, it would be wise to say that there might be a little more wiggle room, or there might be more understanding, or at least when I'm teaching them the text, the terminology I'm going to use and the words I'm going to use are going to be more sensitive to the fact that I understand that there's this other live tradition that they still have. So I would just do Father Stephen's point, which is, and this leads to my other question, Father Stephen, would your congregants be, what would they think of the conversation we're all having right now together? Would this be something that they would be interested in? Would this be something that they would be nervous about? Would this be something that you would say like, don't even listen to this, guys, because it's going to go over your head and it's going to end up being confusing?
Well, I mean, I think there'd be a mix of people. I think there are a fair number who watch this kind of stuff. I mean, my congregants might not be the best example because, like, I'm doing weekly Bible study with them. Like, a lot of them are used to hearing me talk about this kind of stuff. So, I mean, I don't know if we looked at, like, your average ethnic Serbian Orthodox parish in Iowa, right, if they'd have the same level of interest that my congregants would in this conversation, right? I don't know. They might. But I honestly don't know which way that would go. But no, I have a lot of people who are interested in this kind of thing. There's a lot of people in the Orthodox Church interested in this kind of thing right now and learning more about the Bible in particular.
So
because we've got folks. So in the Orthodox Church, the people who are from families that have been Orthodox for hundreds of years have mostly either lived in Muslim countries or communist countries until recently. And so they don't have a lot of background of catechesis and education in the scriptures and stuff. Like, they were just trying to keep the traditions and the religion going, right? You know, and like, they weren't getting into the details and the nuances as much until more recently. And then we've got Americans who have come into the Orthodox Church who are trying to free themselves from like some bad other biblical interpretations from where they're coming from, you know, and who are interested in figuring out, you know, better ways to read the scriptures. So, but I do know, and I have heard from some of my congregants that they do like me having these conversations on this channel because it sort of shows by the fact that I could speak coherently with Jewish people about the Hebrew scriptures that, like, the stuff I say in my books isn't all wet. Like, I'm not just you know, making stuff up or like spinning yards or out on a limb.
No, I can't stress and thank you enough for these kind of conversations, because to me, this is very much, I mean, so traditionally we say, according to some, that, you know, Jews can go into a mosque, but they can't go into a church, according to many of the opinions. Not all, but many. However, when you start digging, you realize that there are, and some even famous rabbis, that in the course of history sat and studied with priests in order to better understand, like, them better understand each other and that connection. And I think, like, and for many reasons, many historical reasons why that divide and that separation was necessary, obviously. However, conversations like this, we understand that it's not happening inside the church. But as far as I'm concerned, all of us right now are in the attic going through the old scrolls, trying to, like, go back to the source, trying to have this conversation. And I really think the only way that conversation could happen is together. So, like, these conversations are a godsend, I personally think. So, like, again, I thank you for taking the time to do these conversations, because it's always illuminating on both sides. It's I don't know if this is your intention, but it allows me to create a firmer ground that I stand on while respecting and understanding more of where you're coming from.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and Jacob has commented on this from our very first conversation, that, like, people really have no idea what Judaism teaches outside of Judaism. Like, I mean, they have ideas about it, but they don't actually know. And it's been hard for me, right? Like, I've told Jacob, I don't know if I've said this on the stream, but I've told Jacob, I tried when I was in West Virginia to just sit in on classes that the local rabbi was teaching, just to hear what he was teaching. And he told me not to. He told me I wasn't allowed to.
Okay.
And that's fair. That's fair. I'm not criticizing them. Right.
No. I have to point out, you asked.
Right.
And if you ask, he will say no.
I probably shouldn't have asked. Yeah, I should have just showed up.
If you show up and sit,
what
he
rabbi?
will not kick you out.
I'm not going to call him out by name, but
no, I meant, when I say what rabbi, I don't mean his name. I meant, like, it also depends. Like, if you came to my congregation, it wouldn't be an issue.
Yeah. Well, he described his synagogue as Orthodox-ish.
Well, no, okay.
Yeah.
So, Chezi, I mean, this is clear. Rav Moshe Feinstein, at least in the United States, if a Gentile asks, especially, I think you were talking about a Daf Yomi shiur, right? The answer is no. But if a Gentile comes and sits down, you don't have to stop teaching.
Yes, but then I would say the second order of questions would be like, okay, why is he here? Why is this person asking the question, right? So, like, if I thought that if Father Stephen the Young was dressed up as a Jewish chassid and was trying to infiltrate the shul, I'd be like, okay, that's probably shady. But if it's someone that's trying to, I mean, this goes back to a bigger deal is the rabbi going to the church. But the point is that the rabbis that knew what they were doing ultimately said, yes, I know you're not supposed to go to church, but I also must understand who the Rock of Ages is. So I'm going to go into this church right now. I'm going to talk because I need to look at these texts. I need to understand these things. And so only now, in retrospect, could we feel, comfortable. And I know this is not, Jacob, you and I spoke about this in the past. We don't have to go around the synagogue saying, hey, like, did you know that, like, the prayer of Nishmat is really brought in from a Christian? We don't walk around saying that. On the other hand, it would be silly for us at this point to deny the fact that's just a reality. So,
hold on. That is one opinion of where Nishmat Kol Chai came from, which is an opinion we cannot dismiss since it was held by none other than Rabbeinu Tam. But at the same time, I'm not sure that's factually correct.
You just don't have to be scared from it. That's my only point.
Yeah. Well, and Chezi, I did you watch the video from Rabbi Skobach that I sent to everyone? No. You really, I'll send you that video again. Rabbi Skobach, and it takes someone who has for many, many years been a Christian a Jewish anti-missionary for he is one of the rabbis of Jews for Judaism, which was the Jewish answer to Jews for Jesus. He said something which is actually a little bit shocking, and I'm wondering when someone is going to be offended enough that that video is actually going to get removed. He said, "Look, we've spent a lot of time with Jews being like, well, why aren't we Christians? Well, we're not Christians. Why? Because we're not, right? And not really understanding, not really educating ourselves on the actual differences and what Christianity is. And there's a lot of rabbis. I'm not a huge fan of Shmuley Boteach. When Shmuley Boteach came out with Kosher Jesus, there were a lot of people who said that what he is saying is dangerous. Not that what he was saying is wrong, but that what he was saying is dangerous.
Jacob, correct. Because so like I ended when I got off before when I said that comment about the Zohar talks about Israel, God, and the Torah are one. You could understand how Jews would be very scared to be talking about those kind of concepts at a certain time, because that gets close to quote unquote Jesus talk, or why the Ramchal's student, why his stuff was censored like that. I understand that's we don't see a lot of that, but a prominent rabbi talking about the concept of Jesus was the potential of the messianic, the Josephite Messiah. You could understand how that would be terrifying for many, many, many Jews, Orthodox Jews, to see that.
And look, when it comes down to it, the question is, and I've said this many times on this channel, if an Orthodox, if a Jew is listening to me and he misunderstands what I'm saying and ends up converting to Christianity, that would be a terrible thing.
Yes.
So it's like, this is not something I would be happy about, but like Rabbi Skobach himself said, we can't operate in the old thing. Okay, Happy really wants me to take her for a walk. Chezi, if you want to keep this going, are you going to be keeping this going?
I'm jumping between errands, so I can't.
Okay, so you can't. Okay.
Jacob, it's all good. Yeah. This is the nature of these conversations, to be continued. We have an
To
eternity.
be continued. Yes, because Happy really needs to go for a walk. Okay, I am going to end this stream.
Catch you guys later. Take care.